This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately.
Oompa Loompa Doobity-doo, I've got a perfect puzzle for you. Oompa Loompa Doobity-doo, if you are wise you'll listen to me. What do you get when you guzzle down sweets? Eating as much as an elephant eats. What are you at? Getting terribly fat. What do you think will come of that? I don't like the look of it. Oompa Loompa Doobity-da. If you're not greedy, you will go far. You will live in happiness too, like the Oompa Loompa Doobity-doo.
Wow, that was pretty good by Mary Lou. Yeah, I was just getting ready for the show and she just sent that over to me. It was unbelievable. Pretty cool, Mary Lou. All right. Thank you. Awesome stuff, Mary Lou. We'll have to get you into the regular rotation. Oh, yeah. Wow. Unbelievable. Thank you, Zozo and Teresa Murray. Come on, that was pretty good, right, Mary Lou? Man. Ginger snaps. Ginger snaps. Alright, well, here's what we're going to have to do. We have to get started on it now because I was only able to edit it down to like 3.5 hours. I might skip through some of Buster's stuff. It's kind of boring. You know, it's just... but he does testify today. And guess what? Where's my hoodie, you guys? I mean, I said he wasn't going to be testifying for the prosecution. Not only that, he's definitely... was coached and knew exactly what to say to cover all of the main... They asked him specific questions to cover some of the stuff that the prosecutors were saying, and it was all just scripted shit, and I hope the jury doesn't just believe him just because that's what he says. You know, I mean, what they should have done was try to go in and discredit some of the stuff like, oh yeah, it's really common whenever we go over to Alameda to be talking on the phone, they should go through the phone records and see if that's true, and say, well, wow, we see that Alec went over there 27 times and not one time did you guys talk. And that would have proven a lie. Then you go, well, what can you believe of anything that he just said? So maybe they can do something like that later. Hey, thanks, Cheyenne R. All right, let's go.
Richard Alexander.
Oh, wait, by the way, you know the YouTuber con man that was put in prison for a year? I do want to bring up that. I have to bring up that part. Hold on a second. This is something. He's been in prison for a year, and he's a con man. And now he's trying to make his grand entrance back out onto the YouTube. And not only that, he's an absolute violent offender. And so what we have here is, he said he put out a protection order against me a couple years ago. I can... because it's just the most unbelievable shit I've ever seen in my life. He says in the document, got it right here on the screen. See, I mean, well, I won't put that on the screen, but I got it right here. It says, well, he doesn't live there anymore, but Mr. Hughes contacted me through social media applications by which I earn income. He said that he would destroy my life and break my neck if I continue to work online. That is absolutely untrue. I've never said anything like that at all and hardly ever communicated with the guy. But he wrote this in a form that he's turned into the police department. And then he said, Mr. Hughes posted if it was true, I wouldn't be telling you this. It's stupid. Mr. Hughes posted a video on YouTube of my exact location. That is true. But then he says, can anybody remember this? This is what he says next. Listen to what he says next, everybody. Mr. Hughes posted a video on YouTube of my exact location and requested his followers hunt me down and take care of me, which placed me in fear for my life. Does anybody remember any of that shit? What a joke. The guy was a fugitive. And I just found where he was. He flipped his camera up, and I said this is exactly the city he's in. It was a piece of cement on the ground. That's not doxing anybody. And even if it was, he's a freaking criminal. I mean, he was a true crime story. No, I mean, the guy, he's insane. See, this is the kind of grifting bullcrap that he does to everybody. And then he said, Mr. Hughes said he was going to do everything in his power to cause me so much grief and loss that he wanted me to commit suicide. This guy is a freaking liar. None of these things have ever been said. I don't even talk that way to anybody. Even the people I get in arguments with and shit, it's never like at that level. Okay? Never talk like that to anybody. And this guy, I mean, I'm showing, this is it on the screen. So that's really a thing. He typed this in last year, and he puts these dates like he's counting them down. What a freaking liar. And then he put down like I owe him $1,200 for his time, and they want to take any weapons of mine so that he could, and guess what? Let me just show you this. After he sent that in, this came, so I got both the things. Order denying petition for order of protection. Yeah, so they just laughed at it when they got it. Absolute joke of a person, and this is the kind of person that you're going to be dealing with if you let him back into your sphere. Okay? He is a monster, a shit person, and you might not like me, but I'm actually a good person inside. That guy is a monster. Look at what he would write officially. And then I sent something yesterday I shared with somebody who said, he actually said F you to the court. He actually wrote on a piece of paper, F you to the courts, and he's not going to pay child support, he wrote, because he doesn't want to. I mean, he is, wow. Okay, anyways. There you go, everybody. That is the saga of YouTube. It's unbelievable. It's good times. Always good times. Every day, some another crazy person out there. All right. So, anyways, like I always say every single night on this channel, you guys are the sole income for the channel. There is no ad revenue on the live shows, so I rely on you guys to help support the channel every single night. And then that allows me to also I donate over 50% of the net revenue to YouTube, including channel memberships, ad revenue, if there is any on the videos, and the super chats. And that's how we are making a huge difference. We just got on the Facebook page of Identifinders, they just thanked us again and went over the Daniel Armentrout again. So there you go. So if you guys feel like you can afford to help out, support the channel, great. If you can't, don't worry about it. Just hit that like button, but do something for God's sakes. All right. Man. And by the way, he wrote almost exactly the same thing regarding Cold Truth. He's just a psycho. God, unbelievable. All right, you guys ready? Thanks, Melissa South. I've been ready, Gray. I've been here for a long time, and you didn't play it right away.
Murdaugh Jr. M-U-R-D-A-U-G-H. I go by Buster.
Thanks, Christy Kazi.
Mr. Murdaugh, is
Murdaugh.
your father sitting over here at the defense table?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where you born? Where you raised? Where'd you go to school?
Right. So my name is Buster, 26 years old. I live in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. I was born in Savannah and lived in Beaufort for about 2 years when I was a little child. We moved to Hampton in about...
Yeah, it's not even being a devil's advocate, ramble on. The prosecution witnesses are...
Sorry you have to deal with losers like that.
Well, thank you. Yeah, no, it's crazy. And thanks, Allie Cake and Chrissy Kazi. Yeah, I mean, all the witnesses that they have are in there. They're hired guns. Just like, you know, in my opinion, like Michael Bodden, for example. Everybody loves the guy because he's older and all that stuff. And he's just so wise and he just sounds great. But when he goes into these cases, he's there hired by somebody to come up with a different opinion that sounds credible to other people and cause doubt. That's exactly what they do.
2000, and I grew up in Hampton, went to Wade Hampton High School. And after high school, I went to a small college in Spartanburg called Wofford.
Yeah, I'm just doing Oompa Loompa.
Is your mother Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And your brother Paul?
Yes, sir.
When
Yeah,
you
it's
moved
like
to
Oogla
Hampton,
Boogla.
do you
Oogla Boogla free.
remember how old you were?
I don't know if it's...
When you
I don't even
first moved
care
in?
how to spell Loompa.
Three or four.
Okay. And did
To
you
be honest with you.
and did you live in Hampton?
I'm
a house
phonetically...
with-
I hope not.
in the city limits,
Yes,
the
sir.
town limits.
Yes, sir.
And you did that for
Welcome, Benny.
with your mom and dad and
Thank
brother
you,
for how long?
quietly frozen.
For, yeah, around 20 years.
The coolest name in
The
YouTube
and you,
history.
what schools did you go to coming up through in Hampton County? What did you go to grade school?
Went to Ben Hazel
I'm just going to skip it through this crap. I don't really...
Little League team I played on up until
Yeah, so the
I
dad
started playing
used...
for the
Mom
school.
and dad used to go to all the sporting events, blah, 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 blah.
Still working as our primary residence. But I believe it was Hurricane Matthew, or one of the hurricanes came through and blew a bunch of pine trees over on the house. So it had to get work done to it. And from that point, we moved out from Hampton to Moselle while the house was getting fixed.
Yeah, let's see.
Deer, duck, quail, dove,
Those are the things they would hunt.
fields, duck ponds, just all over the property. So
What type of hunting did you and your brother and your father do at Moselle?
everything, deer, duck, quail, dove.
I mean, if you guys don't really want to watch him speak, the really important part is their forensic guy, you know, whatever you want to call him. He was sort of this jack of all trades, but not an expert at anything, you know. So, I mean, I could tell you, Buster said he talked about the property, and you know how the Suburban that Alex was driving went back behind the trees. He said, "Oh no, we used to always park there." Yeah, when we were going, see, that was just all something they came up with. There's no way to disprove that. You know what they could do, though, maybe, is go examine all the other times that Alex went and visited using that same data from OnStar and see if he parked back there. I don't believe that. I actually think he parked back there for a reason that night. I don't think that, I think this is all just a plausible explanations by the sun, and he was right there and everything. You know, I mean, that's exactly what GM should be doing right now, is grab that information really quick. Although, I mean, have somebody ask them. It's kind of weird if they're out there investigating themselves without anybody.
Hogs.
Thanks, Kathy
Pond?
Schiffler.
We have a duck. We have a duck pond.
Okay. And the hunting was, did you have a lot of friends come out and hunt as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now the jury.
Let me keep moving.
And he would leave it, and then I'd have to track it down.
Yeah, so he was talking about how, so now they're explaining how Paul would lose his gun or leave it somewhere, and Buster would have to go track it down. You know, filling in all the gaps, everything that we want to hear about. It's all right there.
Did Paul carry guns in his truck?
He
Thanks,
didn't.
Skeet.
Would he keep his truck locked up?
No, not all the time.
Did at some point in time you and Paul received 300 blackouts for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
You remember roughly, was that 2016 or 2017?
Sounds right.
Okay. And what color was your 300 blackout?
It was black.
And have you been sitting in this courtroom during the entire trial?
Yes, sir.
And the jury's seen a black 300 blackout. Is that yours?
It is. That is my 300 blackout.
Was that the one you got for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
And what color was Paul's?
Paul's was black and tan.
And when you say black and tan, what part was tan and what part was black?
So the receiver would have been tan, and and barrel would have been tan.
Yeah.
In your presence, Paul was using a 300 blackout. Which one would it be?
Mine.
You go in and go out at Moselle. How many entrances were there at Moselle?
2 entrances.
Hey,
And will you
Mac.
describe the 2 entrances?
So the main entrance is pretty much straight out of the front door of the house. You would go down a dirt road, and then you would come up on big brick columns, and that's what I refer to as the main entrance. But down by the kennels is another entrance, and that one is a little bit different. That one has the mailbox beside it, and those are the 2 entrances.
Okay. So let's talk about coming onto the property. Which
You
entrance?
know what's interesting today? I didn't even realize it, but in this picture here from 2020, there are no. Oh, that's the house. Okay, let's get the. And this whole area right here now has trees all along. So those trees must not have been very tall at the time. But the trial, the defense put up a guy that was there a year and a half later and took pictures, and there's these trees, and I was just so confused. It was a shot like this, and it was completely back with trees there, and it didn't make any sense to me. But apparently, if you go forward in time to February, you can see how February 2022, there's trees planted in here. So when you go down this driveway, you have to take a left and go through the trees over here. There's a little road there, then it comes out. I mean, what a spooky kind of drive that would be on a night like that. Crazy. Thank you, Nikki Zubs.
Entrance coming onto the property would your mother normally take?
I would say normally everybody took the main entrance, unless there was a reason that you needed to go down the
No,
other.
you can still disprove somebody with using another witness. Like you could bring GM in, and they would come in and say, "Yeah, the other day you heard at trial that they always park there. Can you take a look at that information? Do you see any other times in the last year using their GPS data that they parked in that position when going there?" No, we have not. And that would just completely discredit him without him having to even be on the stand at all.
Which for her reasons of going down the other one would be the mailbox, and also when we got packages delivered from Amazon, they actually would go to the shed as opposed
Is that his real hair? I mean, that is like copper. I mean, it's
to the house.
So your deliveries would go not to the yellow or whatever white house that you lived in, but down at the shed.
That's right.
Okay. Now, leaving Moselle, the property, which way would you, Alex, your mom, Paul normally go leaving Moselle?
Out of the main gate.
Okay. And if you're going to Alameda, which way do you turn coming out of the main gate?
To the right.
Where did your mother prefer to stay?
At a staff.
And where were you staying, say, in the spring,
they
summer of
sure stay apart from each other often.
2021? Where were you living?
Spring, Moselle.
And then summer, where'd you move to?
I was down at Edison a lot in the summer.
You can have me ask him, where did you live right before the murders? And he just stared at the camera. He just didn't know how to answer it.
And then, and where was Paul living in the, say, spring of 2021?
Is he saying spring of 20 or 21?
21. Now, maybe I said the wrong thing. In the spring of 2021, where were you living?
Spring of 2021.
Look at that. What the hell, man? That's just weird. Where are you living in the spring of 2021? You know, just before your brother was murdered.
Spring of 2021.
Huh?
Did you have an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, I did have an apartment. in Columbia.
Well, it was almost like he disappeared in his brain for a while there. Did you see that? He was like, I mean, that was really strange. We gotta watch that again. That's something.
Spring of 2021.
Did you have an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, I did have
Wow.
an apartment in
You
Columbia.
split time between Columbia and
That is
Roselle?
weird.
Yes, sir.
I gotta be
You have a
honest with
girlfriend?
you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the summer of
Right, quietly
2021, well,
That
in
is some
June,
weird shit.
where were
I'll
you
be
living?
honest with you.
Between Columbia and between Rock Hill.
Okay. And who lived in Rock Hill?
My girlfriend's mom.
Just one more
Then-
time. I don't want to forget this one.
Spring of 2021.
I hear it. He said hot. No.
Did you have an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, I did
God,
have.
that was just so bizarre.
I mean, I think he went down to live with John Marvin. He was working for him for the summertime.
And who's John Marvin?
My uncle.
And what kind of business does John Marvin have?
He has a rental business, and he sells Kubota tractors,
Oh wow, great.
Right.
stuff like that. Take trips, family trips.
And I'm just going to pull up on the screen, Doug, Defendant's Exhibit 122, which is in evidence, Your Honor. And Buster, take a look on the screen, and I believe your Aunt Marion testified about this. Can you tell the
So
jury?
what's the point of these? Are they just showing that they're a loving family in these pictures? Is that what the point of these are?
what this photo is?
There's a photo of me and my brother, my mom, and my dad.
And was this taken in, I think, May 21? You were up for a baby shower, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And where was this?
So this is this is at Lake Kiwi in a community called the Reserve,
Okay. And y'all are visiting with whom?
with my aunt and uncle, Aunt Marion, Uncle Bart,
And for what purpose?
for my oldest cousin's baby shower.
All right.
He remembers all that, the little tiny details of that, but he has no clue where he lived just before the murders.
And was events like this unusual or
No,
fairly
sir.
frequent?
They're common.
And was your father close with Maggie's dad, your grandfather, Papa T, as it's been heard in this, it's been known in this courtroom?
Yes, sir. He was.
What kind of things would they do together?
They would do a lot together. For a long time, there was my grandfather had a camping trip.
I know, exactly.
And Papa T
That's right,
frequented the camping trip. He liked
Yeah.
that.
He
Dad and
didn't
Papa T
remember
would
what
go
he's
to
supposed to
Carolina
say.
sporting events together, play golf together.
And did you spend a lot of time with your dad and your grandfather, Papa T?
Yes, sir.
That's me.
Emily, was it a close knit? Okay. And how far away is it from, say, the law office of PMPED?
Who cares? God.
Similar stuff, obviously, gathering during the holidays, various things like that. We would take trips with that side of the family as well. Get out everybody, rent a big house, meet up on.
In the spring, in May and June of 2021, what was your grandfather Handsome's health condition as you knew it?
Not good. He wasn't in good health.
What do you understand his health problems to be?
I understand he had cancer, and I understood that, he was having a pretty big battle with it.
And what was your grandmother, what would you call your grandmother?
M.
Yes,
sir.
What health issues did she have in May?
Yeah, no. At one point, they asked. I mean, that's really telling to me. We haven't got to that part yet. The Russian Aloha, as you know how we do the show, but yeah, he later says that when they asked him, "You know when your dad's birthday is?" And he goes, "I don't." How the hell do you not know your dad's birthday? I mean, I know both. It's ridiculous that a son that close, they're such a close-knit family, and he doesn't even know when his dad's birthday is.
May and June of 2021.
She has Alzheimer's.
And would your dad frequently check on Handsome and M?
Yes, sir.
Would
He
you go with your dad to check on Handsome and M?
I would occasionally go with them too. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what times of day would you go with your dad to check on your grandparents?
It could have been any time. Went over at lunch a lot of times. Went over in the evenings a lot. Just no real set schedule. Just kind of mosey on over there.
When would your mother go with your dad?
She would, not regularly, but she went.
Would Paul stop in and check on your
Yeah,
grandparents?
yes, sir.
Was that fairly regularly for something Paul to do?
Yeah, Paul.
All right, you know what? I just have I have a feeling that's just not true. Any of this stuff they're saying here. These kids don't seem like to give a damn about any of that stuff, you know. So I don't know. I'd have to give me some proof. Oh yeah, we go there all the time. I mean, it was, you know.
Paul would do it regularly as well.
Mm-hmm. Right. Look at good answer. How's the jury responding? Let's see. Man, he's got some really protruding brow ridges.
When you would go with your dad in the evenings,
Maybe perhaps Cro-Magnon or
maybe it's not limited to the evenings.
Australopithecus
Where would you park
africanus.
when you go visit your grandparents?
For the most part, just like an ordinary afternoon visit, park in, you know, the garage, the carport. But if we went over a little bit later, then we would pull around to the back side of the house and be able to enter through the back door.
Okay. And what's at the back side of the house?
So when you walk in the back side, it's like we call it a sunroom, but it's, you know, a dining table. It's got a TV in there, and then that is right next to the kitchen. And then if you're in the kitchen and you go to the right, then that's where my grandparents' room is.
It's cool we get to see pictures of things, isn't it?
Doug, if you could pull up page 38 from State's Exhibit 524, please. That's in evidence.
I mean, the defense comes up with they did a Faro scan. It's pretty impressive. Like, oh wow, look at this, and that's really the whole point. They want to seem like they're more the authority than the prosecution by having all the bells and whistles where the prosecution didn't have that stuff.
24, I believe it is. Page 38.
I mean, you could use his brow ridges as an awning. Like he could just stand there in the background and people just put their chairs up underneath him.
And that's page 38. So, Buster, this is from State's Exhibit 524, which is in evidence.
Right,
which
there
is
you go, right there. See?
The GPS data off the OnStar provided from General Motors. And can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what's that house?
I want this software, whatever.
So that's
they
my
use
grandparents'
for
house
this
at Alameda.
thing.
All right. And these dots in the back, and I'm going to point to this line of dots just right next to the circle that Doug drew. Do you see them? They seem to be connected right here on the far right.
Yes, sir.
Where's that on the property?
So that's right off the back corner of the house.
Is that a place where you'd normally park to go in the back of the house?
Yes, sir. That is where
Have you
Right,
parked there
bullshit.
yourself?
I have.
Have you seen other family members park there?
I have.
Is that a customary place to park when you go in the back door where the kitchen sunroom is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you some photos.
See, all they're trying to do is find plausible explanations for various elements that are reasonable, that a jury can go, you know, that's about
Which
it.
are exhibits
Well, good, Carly.
130 to 136. I want to ask you if you can just identify them. Don't show them to the jury, but just tell us what those photographs are of.
So these photos are of the area we're talking about, off the back corner of the house at Alameda.
All right. Your Honor, this time I move defendant's exhibits 130 through 136 in evidence.
Okay. They are admitted.
Thank you. So Doug, please pull up exhibit 133. And Buster, tell us what 133 is, please.
Yeah, so this is the back door entrance to where I was just talking about, to enter into the sunroom kitchen, into the kind of back quarters where my grandparents' bedrooms were.
All right. And if you'll pull up 134, Doug, please. And what's 134?
Same thing, same backside of the property, just a little bit of a different angle.
So the part of the house to the right of the photo, what's that? Can you see here?
Yeah, so that right there would be my grandparents' bedroom.
Okay, so that's in the evening, your grandparents would be in that part of the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you went to the garage entrance, what would happen? What would be required of your grandparents or some sitter to let you in?
Yeah, so you could go and knock, but a lot of times they're in the back part of the house and they don't hear you, so you normally call and say like, hey, I'm at the front, I need to be, let in. And they'd have to walk from the back to the front, unlock the door, and let you
I
in.
wonder if there's ever a time where they have an interview with Buster where he wouldn't know about where to park over there. Because this is all just stuff that they wanted him to say to help his dad out.
Yeah.
But if you're in the back, how far is the walk?
Quarter of the distance it would be to walk to the It's very short.
And was it common to go in the back door?
Yes, sir.
And is it? And then I'm going to show you Exhibit 131. Please pull that up, Doug. So, Your Honor, can you step down off the stand and point to the jury where?
Do
So
it
Buster,
in the back
step
of the
aside
room.
so that the jury can, you're not blocking their view. I don't have a pointer, but can you point out in this photo where you would normally park? All right, yeah, point out to the jury where you normally park to go into the,
So you would park, right about here, coming right off basically the corner of the house, and this is the same stairway to go up to the back door.
so you'd park in the grass?
Yes, sir.
And near that satellite dish? Or not near the
Well,
satellite
it's not
dish?
near the
Objection.
satellite, but in the direction.
Where would you park in relation to the satellite dish?
Yeah.
Yeah, right there close to it.
All right. And that was, now, hang on, Buster, I'm sorry, come back. What's this structure right here?
That's what we call the cook shed.
And maybe there's, and what's in the cook shed?
A couple couches, big TVs. That's mostly where my grandfather used to have a cookout on every third Thursday of a month, and that's where he would have his little gathering.
I'll keep moving.
Would you be with your dad when he's talking to your mother?
Yes, sir.
I guess, can you give the jury some sense of how frequently, as a family, y'all would engage in telephone conversations daily?
Yeah, it was very frequent. I mean, I spoke to my mom every day, multiple times a day, and the like for my dad and for my brother too. And that's just me, and I know it's like they're all talking to each other too.
That's
Just
actually weird.
A lot of conversating throughout the day over the telephones within the family.
Okay. So Doug, I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit 520, which is in evidence, and this is the Rudovsky extended or extensive timeline, not the condensed version. State's 520, and if you'll go to page 14, please. So Buster, what I'd like to do, and this starts at just at 1:11:10 p.m. If you could blow up that first entry, Doug, and this is in evidence offered by the state, and I just want to go through some of these again. So at 1:10, this document says Paul Murdaugh misses a phone call from Margaret Murdaugh, and then at 1:11:36 it says Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster, answered 1 minute and 22 seconds long. Do you have any independent recollection of this particular phone call?
No, sir.
Okay, but if you keep working your way down, at 1:19, Doug, there's another entry. It says Paul Murdaugh makes an outgoing phone call to Mom. You see that? At 1:19.
Yes, sir.
And then if we'll go down to, well, so I guess let's just stop there. Is it frequent that your mother would reach out to you and Paul during the day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you'll go down to 141, please, Doug, at 141, 33 seconds. And you see Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster. Do you see that? At 142, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And then right before that, at 141, it looks like Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Alex, and not answered. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then if you go right below that, it says 142:43, Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Paul. Now, you see that?
Yes, sir.
Anything unusual going on this day, or is this sort of how life was in the Murdaugh?
Who cares? God.
Redirected to that address.
Normal day, is that right?
Yes, sir. No, 6 seconds could be a butt dial. That would happen often.
All right, and then if you go down the bottom of the page at 5:21:11, looks like there's a 92-second call, which is about 5 minutes after what might have been the butt dial. It says Alex Murdaugh received a call, Buster, answered 92 seconds long. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So are you returning your dad's call, you think?
Probably.
And I'll just carry through. If we'll, Doug, if you'll go to page 32 at 6:52:13 p.m., please. So this entry says Alec Murdaugh calls Terry Brandstetter, 412 seconds. Who's Terry Brandstetter?
Papa T.
And would your dad call your grandfather fairly regularly?
Yes, sir, he would.
So again, anything unusual going on the 7th for y'all to have all these communications?
No, sir.
And then we'll jump to page 49, Doug. And if you go to 9:08:58, and it says Alec Murdaugh iMessages Maggie Murdaugh stating, quote, going to check on M, be right back, close quote. Now who's M?
My grandma.
And this is at 9:08:58. And then at 9:10:47, there's an entry that says Alec Murdaugh calls Buster, and it says 60 seconds long. And that's at 9:10:47 p.m. on June 7th. Do you remember getting that phone call?
Yes, sir.
What did you talk about? What did you talk about?
Basis for the objection.
Reacting to hearsay.
Pardon?
I don't open the door to anything else, I was reacting to hearsay.
I asked what the topic was, Your Honor.
Objection's overruled.
Yeah, don't say what your dad said. Just tell me what y'all talked about.
Yeah, well, we just talked about, like, hey, how you doing? And then he said that he was going out to...
Hang on.
Thank you. The Mike D experience. I know a lot of times when we're doing the trial and I'm playing it, everything goes stagnant here. So if you could remember at some point, if you feel like helping support the channel, that'd be great. I don't, I spend the whole day getting them together. And so when it's, I only have it down to 3 hours, it's hard to do a lot of commentary, even though I'll jump in from time to time. But I have it down to 3.5 hours. So I'm trying to skip through some of this. So thank you, the Mike D experience.
I'm Mike D and I get respect.
Okay. I mean, I thought he didn't want to hear hearsay, but I'm sorry, Your Honor. Go ahead.
And he was just letting me know that he was going out to Alameda to check on him.
Okay. And was this a unusual conversation you had with him?
No, sir.
What was his demeanor in the conversation?
Normal.
Had it changed from any of the other times you talked?
Waving at the brunette in the white shirt, fourth row. Love this show, too.
You talked to him earlier in the day on the 7th?
No, sir.
And would he on occasion call you when he was going to check on his mother, M?
He would, yes, sir.
Was that an unusual occurrence?
No, probably one of the more regular occurrences. We all usually would make phone calls like riding in a car.
Thank you, Taco Queen.
So when he was riding over, it's very common for him to call.
You can take that down, Doug.
And
So just
Kathy Fredmaker.
going through this extraction from, say, 1 o'clock until
Janelle
we just talked about 9 o'clock. We did either multiple phone calls within the family.
Renergy. All right. Thank you.
Tell the jury about the cell phone coverage at Moselle.
Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
Not great cell phone coverage. Didn't have a lot of service, especially around. So if you were underneath the shed, at the shed, had a metal roof. It just couldn't get any service inside of it. It was spotty around the whole property, and it had honestly gotten bad up at the house. We had just put on a new roof. Roof was metal, and just kind of hindered a lot of the phone coverage out there.
Would it be unusual for your dad to leave his phone at the house when he was going down to the shed?
No, sir.
Can't lead the witness.
No, sir.
I thought you'd been here longer than that, Janellison. 7 months. But thank you.
Would not be unusual.
Well, did your dad always have his phone with him when he was on the property at Moselle?
Not all the time.
Did your brother always have the phone on him when he was at the property at Moselle?
Not always on him. He would have it near him, but
Oh, look at that. It's Melinda Moda Maiden. How's it going on, Melinda Moda Maiden? I miss you, Gray and Freaks. And she's got a gold tooth. She's hardcore. Beasties. One lonely beastie I be. All by myself without nobody. The sun was beating down on my baseball hat. The air was getting hot. The beer was getting flat. Hey, there we go. There we go. I like that. That's a pretty cool beat, isn't it? Come on, it's pretty good.
you know, he's out there working on stuff and didn't always have his phone just in his hand or in his pockets or anything like that.
Did your father ever like
My
misplaced?
Moda Maiden said, "Have missed you, Gray and the Freaks, and she's got gold tooth. You know, she's hardcore beastie."
His phone?
Yes, sir.
Was that a frequent occurrence?
It was.
How about your brother? Did he ever misplace his phone?
He did.
Was that frequent?
It was.
Now, there's been some testimony about Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Who's Bubba?
Bubba was our dog.
What kind of dog was Bubba?
He's a yellow lab.
Hey, Janelson, maybe it meant you were at a Megazoid for 7 months. Maybe you were some other Zoid or something before.
And was he difficult to control?
He could be, but for the most part, no. He would listen to Dad more than anybody else. But also, we had a gun dog shot collar that we would put on him sometimes. And
What's going on, Renergy? Jeez, thank you. Wow, I've got more Renergy myself now. This is thank you. I might skip it forward here. I just want to hear. Crime Dissector. What if that one works? Crime Dissector, projector. I'm a certified human lie detector. I'm gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Ray is gonna give another lecture. Crime code. Yeah, that one's hard to do with the beat. You have to do it really fast, I think.
when he had that on, he was.
Yes. How frequently would your dad take a shower or bath?
He could take him a lot. And he, working out there, if he goes outside and sweats a lot, comes back in and takes a shower.
Was that normal routine for him?
It was.
And did he sweat a lot?
Yeah, it's hot out there in the
An
summertime.
album.
Was he a lot bigger then than he is today?
He was.
How big was he?
Probably 6'4", 250, 260.
You know what? They have Alex at 6'4", but they show a picture later. If he's 6'1", maybe. I mean, this is all just like smoke and mirrors, this whole thing. It's crazy.
Walking down the sidewalk and, a car comes by and they would yell some stuff at him. I knew he
Oh, this is about Paul getting heckled.
would go out, in a bar and, there's somebody that wants to talk about it and, make a scuff about it, whatnot.
Right. What was your mother's reaction to all the negativity surrounding the boating accident?
It, it kind of consumed her. She's,
Hey, just facts. Why don't you go watch something else? No, there's a lot of people don't watch it during the daytime. Okay, maybe you do. And I also recorded it 1 1/4 to 1.5 speed and edit out all the garbage, so they can pretty much watch the whole thing. All right. But yeah, you're more than welcome to get the hell out of here and go watch something else. All right. Yeah. Bye bye. I'm gonna have to hide you on the channel. Good luck.
she's big on reading all of it, and when she read the negative stuff, it, made her feel upset and whatnot, and it ultimately kind of caused her to distance herself from Hampton. At this time, primarily living at Moselle, she quit going to the grocery stores in Hampton, quit going to the pharmacy, quit going to get food in Hampton. Just thought that there was a real, kind of a bad vibe in Hampton. Like she felt like people were staring at her and talking about her and stuff.
Where would she do her shopping?
She moved over to Waldoboro and started going over that way.
Right. Were you sued in the boating accident?
Yes, sir.
And thanks again, Energy. That was very kind. Thank you.
No response.
With regard to relevance, Your Honor, it's civil litigation about the boating accident has been a big part of the state's case. He's a party to the litigation.
Overruled the objection.
Were you sued?
Yes, sir.
Was your dad sued?
He was.
Was your mother sued?
Her estate became sued.
But before she was murdered, had she been sued?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
Maybe.
And do you know if Paul had been sued?
No, I don't know that he had been sued.
Okay. What was your mother anxious about the civil lawsuit?
Yes, sir.
What was her biggest concern?
I would say her biggest concern was reading articles after, Mark Tinsley had made a statement about how much money he was wanting to collect in the civil lawsuits, and I think it was to the tune of like $40 million or something like that. He was trying to get, and that made her anxious.
And what was your reaction to statements like that?
Well, I mean, I knew what he was saying, but I mean, it's not, to me, it just didn't seem, I didn't think, well, I don't have $40 million, so.
Right. And was your dad anxious about the lawsuit, to your knowledge?
He didn't appear to be overly anxious about it.
What took priority, the criminal case against Paul or the civil case?
The criminal case.
Right.
I think that was a rehearsed answer because what they're trying to say is it's the civil case that has Alex freaking out because of the money and everything like that. So they had him say, oh, yeah, it was the criminal case. That's the priority. Yeah. Not in Alex's mind. But that's why he is saying this right here. A little carefully crafted
Did the family
answer
support
there.
Paul in the criminal matter?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
One thing is a bit striking with this guy is there isn't ever a time where he seems emotional in any way, shape, or form. Although some people are just like that.
I mean, that supported him in his criminal case because amongst the family, none of us thought that he was driving the boat.
So none of you in your family thought he was driving the boat. Why? Because he told you that? Every single other person on the boat says that he was driving the boat.
We thought he'd been.
At the time of the accident.
That's correct.
Stupid.
Let's
They
roll around
know he drove that boat.
about the weekends leading up to June the 7th.
Yes, sir.
And we showed the picture of the lake weekend where you were went up to Kiyo with the Proctors and the Brandstetters.
Yes, sir.
And then the following weekend, I believe, was Memorial Day. Were you with your family on Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
And who was present?
A lot of people were present. I was there. My brother was there. My mom, my dad. My brother had some friends staying with us, and those were the people sleeping there. And then people are, in and out throughout the day, throughout the weekend.
I mean, was it a fun family weekend?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think there was a time where he
Did
almost
a
tried to
normal
pretend. that he
Memorial
was
Day weekend at
upset,
Edisto
but
with
there was nothing.
your family and friends.
That's right.
Okay, I'm gonna show you Defendant's Exhibit 123, and I want to get you to identify it, Buster. Don't just say what it is, please.
It's a picture of my mom and my dad and I on a boat.
Is that Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
Gotta remove Defendant's Exhibit 123 in the evidence.
Go, Jason.
It's admitted.
Is this the photo, Buster?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe this same weekend there was a birthday party or cookout. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Who cares?
Doug, if you could play Defense Exhibit 61, please. It's in evidence.
I'm not even sure what those pictures are
Let's
for.
take a look at that.
Oh yeah, this is that's him right there.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you all so much. Yeah.
For your dad.
Yes, sir.
And that was group of
Thank
friends.
y'all
When's
so
your dad's
much.
birthday? Do you know the exact date?
Man, that guy.
It's not a
he
test.
sounds
Just
strange.
say
I
you
tell
don't know.
you.
No, I don't know the exact.
Thank you,
It's
Claudia.
around
Dubauer.
Memorial Day.
That's right. 27th, maybe.
Let's go back and listen to that again.
Or cookout, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Doug, if you could play Defense Exhibit 61, please. It's in evidence.
There we go.
Let's take a look at that.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, baby.
Yes, sir.
God, what
And
a.
that was group of friends. When's
Wow.
your dad's birthday? Do you know the exact date? It's not a test. Just say you don't know if you don't know.
Was that supposed to
No,
make
no.
you feel like something?
I don't know the exact date.
It's around Memorial Day.
That's right. 27th, maybe.
The
God, man, that's crazy.
then the following weekend there was a baseball
Yeah, exactly.
tournament in Columbia.
More
Yeah.
motivated.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that weekend. What happened there?
That was the weekend. South Carolina was hosting a regional baseball tournament, and me, my mom, my dad, and my girlfriend went to the baseball games.
And where was the game?
Columbia,
And it was a super regional or
regional.
a regional?
Yes, sir.
And what days of that weekend did you go to the game?
Saturday and Sunday.
Did your mom and dad stay in Columbia that weekend?
They did.
Or they stayed on Saturday night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you, did y'all tailgate with them on Saturday or Sunday?
Yes, sir. We did.
And was it a normal weekend?
It was.
Fun weekend?
Yes, sir.
And that Sunday would have been June the 6th, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
Almost like a goodbye weekend, like one last thing.
then on June the 7th, we went through a host of number of telephone calls with you and
I want to move it.
Then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that
That's when you got.
Or the
called.
exact time.
This is it, right?
But it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
What'd you do?
Come on, cry for me, son. That's why he's crying right now. He's crying because Buster isn't, and he's trying to sort of like, look at me, see if I can get you to cry.
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think
Yeah.
she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone, and so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just...
Sounds like a cool girlfriend, anyways. At least, it's like she noticed and started packing his stuff. That's if you believe anything this guy says. It's hard to, knowing that he's just going to say whatever it takes to clear his dad.
Sat there for a minute, and I was in shock. But eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2 o'clock in the morning.
And when you got there, did you see your dad?
Yes, sir.
What kind of condition was he in? What was his demeanor?
Yeah, his demeanor was, he was destroyed. He was heartbroken. I walked in the door and saw him and gave him a hug and just broken down.
Could he speak?
Not really.
Was he crying?
Yes, sir.
Who else was in the house? Do you remember?
Yeah, my girlfriend Brooklyn and I got there. Out in the driveway, my Uncle Randy and Uncle John were out there. Chris Wilson and Corey Fleming had just gotten there. They had pulled in behind us, and when I walked in, several of the partners were there. Ronnie Crosby was there, Lee Cope was there, Mark Ball was there.
Thank you, Kami.
Austin Crosby was there, William Barnes. My buddy Nolan was there. And I'm sure I'm leaving some out, but that's
Sure.
what I remember.
And do you remember how long you stayed there?
Stayed there several hours, probably 3 or 4 hours, till about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
And where did you go?
And then we left Moselle and we went to Alameda.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
My girlfriend, my dad, and my Uncle John.
I know this seems kind of trivial, but what was your dad wearing when you first saw him?
Shorts, t-shirt.
Okay. And did you help him pack?
I did, yes, sir.
What did you do to help him pack?
Got his bag and went into the closet, grabbed some t-shirts, grabbed some shorts, grabbed toilet kit, put it in the bag, and left.
Why were you doing the packing?
Just trying to help him. He was so upset. We were all upset, but just trying to expedite the process of getting to Alameda.
When you went in to pack your dad, was there a t-shirt laying on the floor?
I couldn't remember.
Did you get shirts from above the, I don't know. Where did you get the t-shirts from?
Got them from the closet, and there's like a wooden...
Right, so there's got to be an explanation of why maybe there was a shirt on the floor.
It's like wooden shelves up on the wall, and I was getting the t-shirts from there.
Every
Were there a
single
lot of
thing
t-shirts
has
on the shelf?
helped
Yes, sir.
in some way.
Do you know whether or not one of the t-shirts fell on the floor when you were packing?
I don't know whether one of them fell on the floor or not, but
It
it certainly could have happened.
Yeah, certainly could have happened. Reasonable doubt.
When you got to Moselle,
I don't buy
Were you
anything
able
this
to
guy
get
says,
some sleep?
actually.
No, sir.
did you go back to Moselle the next morning?
Yes, sir.
And who went with you?
Me, my girlfriend Brooklyn, and my dad, and maybe John Marvin. I don't know if he was riding with us or already out there separately, but he was somewhere in the mix.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I mean, I think we got there rather early.
I got 1.5
nobody really
right
slept,
now.
and about early in the morning, sun comes up. Just
Did
go back.
did you take a shower in Brooklyn? Take a shower at Alameda, or did you do it over at Moselle?
No, sir. We slept tried to sleep at Alameda, and then we took everything back with us to Moselle, and we showered there.
You know where your dad took a shower that morning?
Moselle.
And when you went back over in the morning, do you know what your dad was wearing? When you were traveling from Alameda back
No,
to
not
Moselle?
specifically, but
Why
I know
would they
that,
shower at Moselle, but
I know
they've
what a
never
bag
been
is,
back
but any
there
of that, it's
again?
just athletic shorts and t-shirts and stuff.
That's kind of weird.
And after you got to Moselle, and I guess just carrying the days forward, were you with your dad? Well, how often were you with your dad once you got back to Moselle on the 8th?
Yeah, every day
For how many days?
for a good while.
Okay, so let's talk about
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's probably people on the jury that just think he's just trying to defend his dad. But I mean, there might be some. That's all that matters is one juror believes it.
Where you stayed on the night of the 8th, you remember?
Night of the 8th would have either stayed back at Alameda, or that's potentially when we made the transition over to John Marvin's hunting lodge.
Well, were you would you say we, or are you including your father?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you drive together?
Yes, sir.
Was he pretty much in your eyesight for the first few days?
Yes, sir.
And so after
That's what he said, though.
the 8th, and then you come up
He
on the
said
9th.
he showered at Moselle just to make it seem like he's the one that may have created some of the forensic stuff. You know, or not forensic, but the visible things that were seen, a wet towel. And
Wednesday, do you know whether you were at Alameda or spending the night at your Uncle John Marvin's place?
Yeah, I think at that point we had switched over to his place over at Greenfield.
Yeah, and you call it Greenfield. That's the name of his hunting
Yes, sir. Just the name of the property overall.
property. Now, how far is it from Alameda?
To Greenfield?
Yeah.
A couple minutes. I mean, not
Close
very,
by, close
yeah,
by.
right down the road. Yes, sir.
Well, tell the jury, what is that? What's that document you have in your hand?
It's a text thread between my girlfriend and I.
And does it have, so based on that text communication between you and your girlfriend, it refreshes your recollection, when did you leave to go to Somerville?
June 14th.
And looking through there, refreshing your recollection, how long did you stay in Somerville?
Stayed in Somerville until the 17th.
And then what do you remember doing after you left Somerville?
On the 17th, we left Somerville to go to Lake Kiwi.
And so when you were in Somerville from the 14th to the 17th, who were you staying with?
Staying with my grandparents.
And then you went to Kiwi. Who did you go with?
Went with my dad and I, my grandparents, my aunt and uncle, and their children, their children's boyfriends, and that was it.
So you're with your dad.
And that was it.
So you're with your dad from the night of June 7th through the Kiwi trip, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
right, you sat right next to him. You were never left his side. I don't even think he got rid of the guns, though, after that. I think he did it that night sometime. Although I guess there isn't really a lot of time. You drive straight there, only 20 minutes at Alameda, whatever it is, and then he goes all the way back. So there'd have to be something where he left something at Alameda, and then went back there another time, and then got rid of it. That's how it would have to work.
Arrest, please, beginning with Alex and Buster Murdaugh.
Yes, sir. Alec and Buster Murdaugh announced today a reward of $100,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons who brutally murdered Paul and Maggie on June 7, 2021. I want to thank everyone for the incredible love and support that we have received over the last few weeks. Now is the time to bring justice for Maggie and Paul. Buster and I, along with Maggie's mother, father, and our entire family, ask that anyone with helpful information immediately call the SLED tip line or crime support.
Wow, they offered a $100,000 reward. A little bit like Morphew, it's like this huge reward, knowing that you'll never have to pay it out because you're actually the one who did it.
Sorry, Crime Stoppers.
Thank you. Now there's a
Thank you, Joanne. Victoria.
in the body of this, there's a expiration date on this reward. What's your understanding of the purpose of having an expiration date?
Thank you for all of your
I'm
Oh,
not sure.
thank you.
Well, you say it says to be eligible, the person claiming the reward must submit the tip to SLED or Crime Stoppers by September 31, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What happened in September, early September 2021, Buster?
Talking about the...
Yeah, do you remember your dad
Yes,
went off
sir.
the detox, roadside shooting?
Yes, sir.
From that moment that your dad went to the hospital and went to detox, did he ever come back home to his property, his clothes, his belongings, to
No,
your
sir.
knowledge?
No, sir.
There's been some questions about whereabouts are Alex's clothes. Can you tell the jury, before he went off to detox, where his clothes were? How many different locations he had clothes?
So, had clothes at Moselle, had clothes at Greenfield, had clothes at... Probably a few clothes at Alameda, had clothes at...
Basically, there's clothes everywhere. They have clothes all over the United States, so it's not weird if Alex left something sitting somewhere. It's just everywhere. One of the few people in the world that can claim that they have clothes. No matter where you go, there's some kind of pile of clothes somewhere related to them.
Randy and Christie's house. Had closed a lot of places.
You have closed down at Chichesi? Or
Yep, Chichesi, Okatee.
You have closed at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
You have closed in his car?
Yes, sir.
You see, look at this
Illegal.
shit. Did they say September 31st, really?
How many nights after June 7th, to your knowledge, did your
A
dad
day
spend
that doesn't
at Moselle?
exist.
None.
How many nights after June 7th did you spend at Moselle?
None.
I'm gonna, do you have the Snapchat video? Can you pull that up, please? Of the tree. Now, this is the Snapchat video that's in evidence. I'll get the exhibit number for the record shortly.
Is he crying in that video? I thought this was before the murders.
That video, can you pull that up, please? Of the tree.
Or is he laughing?
Now, this is the Snapchat video that's in evidence. I'll get the exhibit number for the record shortly.
That's right, Tosh. It's everywhere. Thank you.
Buster, you recognize that shirt?
Yes, sir.
God,
What
what
kind of
would
shirt
be
is it?
funny
It's like
about
a,
that?
short sleeve button down shirt.
Is it a Columbia shirt?
No, it doesn't look like a Columbia shirt.
What color is it?
It's blue.
Did your dad have a foam green Columbia sports shirt?
Maybe.
Okay. Is this it?
No, this is blue.
Did
Wow, this guy's crazy.
do you know if your dad ever ordered any Vinnie Vine or I don't know? Did he order clothes after your mother and brother's murders?
Maybe he ordered clothes, but he doesn't wear a lot of vineyard vines.
Have you ever seen him buy Vineyard Vine?
No, sir.
Sometime in August, did you go with your dad where you played in the golf tournament?
Yes, sir. I went and played in a golf tournament, and he came and wanted to watch us play in it.
And what kind of golf tournament?
It's a golf tournament that a buddy of mine puts on in Somerville every year. It's called the Jasso Invitational. It's just a bunch of guys that are friends come together and play in a golf tournament.
And did you look up the date of that tournament before testifying today?
I did.
And what weekend was that tournament in August of, in 2021?
Yeah, it was the last weekend in August of.
Do you know if you were in the, well, were you here when a video was played of an interview with your dad on June 10th?
Yes, sir.
And
You know what? Nobody asked him. See, what I would have done was, here's what I would do. I would have done if I on cross is ask him to listen to the video and say, "Is that your dad?" At 8:44, merely to see if he'll say no, because then you know he's just full of crap. Because everybody else knows it's him, and if he said yes, it is, then it's just another person agreeing that it's him, even his own son. But they didn't do that.
the question is about whether your dad said, "I did him so bad," or
No.
"They did him so bad." You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize your dad's voice?
I do.
If you listen to it, would you be able to tell the jury whether it's I or they?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to pull up Exhibit 153, the clip.
Sitting there talking to Dave, it's so bad. It's so bad.
What'd your dad say?
Said they did them so bad.
Was that the first time you heard him say they did him so bad?
No, sir.
When was the first time you heard him say they did him so bad?
First time I heard him say that was the night that I went down to Moselle, the night of June the 7th.
Oh, so he said it to you in person, but it's not recorded. But he said the same thing. Okay, I get it. Yeah. See, this whole thing here, I thought that's one of the weakest things that the prosecution entered in was that little clip there. It was just no different than spirit box examination. It doesn't mean anything. And, now his son can pretend. I mean, this whole thing here is just orchestrated to counter everything. If I was on the jury, I would be really going, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't buy
Did he
it.
say that more than one time?
He did.
One second, Your Honor.
He said it multiple times off camera. It was
Just
weird.
very briefly, Buster, you've heard testimony during this trial that your dad was stealing money from clients. Did
Yes,
you know
sir.
anything about that?
No, sir.
All right. So is it reasonable to believe that there's other things that he did that you don't know about?
And just lastly, roughly how long would it take to clean a dog run down at the kennels? 2 dog runs, for example.
Roughly, I'd say 10 minutes or so.
Okay. And what do you have to do?
You gotta get the hose, turn the hose on, spray out the dog kennels. You gotta, put the bed on top of the wooden box so the bed's not wet.
Now, what are you spraying? Dog manure?
Yeah, spraying, dog poop.
And it spreads out, and you've got to...
That's right. Yeah, you gotta spray it, make sure it's all out of there. Spray it to the back.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
We'll take a break now, ladies and gentlemen. After about 15 minutes, please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Can I call you Buster?
Yes, sir.
I'm John. And I want first off tell you, I am sorry about your mother.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry about his mother.
Okay, step back a little bit.
And I'm sorry about your brother.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry about your grandfather.
Thank you.
He was nice to me when I was a young assistant solicitor. I'm sorry for your loss.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't have any questions for you, Buster.
Okay.
What does that mean? Didn't he just say, I don't have any questions for you? Isn't that what he said? Or did I just not hear that right? And then he goes on to ask him questions.
I don't have any questions for you, Buster.
I don't have any questions for you. You think he said many? I don't hear him say many. Really? Let me hear that again.
And I'm sorry about your brother.
Maybe he does. Maybe he does.
And I'm sorry about your grandfather.
Thank you.
Maybe he does say many.
He was nice to me when I was a young assistant solicitor. I'm sorry for your loss.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't have any questions for you, Buster.
Okay.
God, I don't hear the M at all in that. I swear to God. I don't hear the M at all in many. I might have played it too fast for my own ears.
When you are leaving the main house, you told Mr. Griffin that the main entrance was the brick entrance?
Yes, sir.
But there's also a side entrance, or by the kennels, or
Yeah.
entrance exit.
Yes, sir. Just a totally different entrance.
And the mailbox was at the side entrance?
Yes, sir.
The kennel entrance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why was that? Do you know?
I don't know. I think it's just I really don't know.
Okay. I don't either. But the packages would come to, you said the kennel side?
They would come to the shed.
Okay. And a lot of times y'all would use that kennel entrance exit to go just like you'd use the main one, right?
Yeah, you would. I would say that I'm more so tended to use the main one, the one that I say is the brick pillars. But yeah, I mean, you could certainly leave either way.
If you were leaving the main entrance and you got down, you're leaving the house and you're going toward the brick, and then you know where's kind of a Y, it kind of cuts off to the kennel too, right?
Sure.
So you go straight or left. If you were leaving at night going straight, and if you were looking out to the left and the lights were on, you'd be able to see the lights on at the kennel just from that little Y, wouldn't you?
Maybe, depending on what lights were on and whatnot. I mean, if it was fully lit up, maybe.
Okay. And not just from that Y, instead of going straight, if you, from that distance, you'd be able to, if the lights were on fully, you'd probably be able to see them.
Maybe, yes, sir.
Alameda, where your grandma and granddaddy were, is that close to the, I think it's close to the law firm, isn't it?
Alameda?
Yes, sir.
Close to the law firm? I wouldn't say so. I mean, anywhere in Hampton is close to anywhere in Hampton because it's not
it
very
makes more sense that he said many than any, because then he went on to ask questions.
very big.
Fair enough.
But I mean, it's a 10-minute, 12-minute drive out to Alameda, I would think, from the law firm.
So you don't have to get, but you see, is this kind of where you said everybody would park?
It's right. So if you look,
You mind if I come up here?
no, sir, you can. So if you look right off this point.
You might want to come down here if you don't mind. Just the church.
So if you look right over here, this is kind of what I'm referred to as like the back corner of the house. And it would basically, you would come around, there's a big oak tree here, you come around it, and then you basically pull up, and you would probably stop the hood of your car right in, right off the back corner of the house.
So it'd be closer to here than over here.
Be about right in here.
So right in here.
Yeah, I mean, because you don't want to pull up super close to it. Yeah, be right out. Okay.
But there was a driveway, paved driveway in here, right?
There is a paved driveway over towards the side of the house.
Okay, and really not many tire tracks. The grass looks good in here.
I don't know when these pictures were taken, but it's a little bit.
Well, it's true. Like, if you went over there every single day driving through the grass, you'd probably have worn out spots over there. That's a good point.
Right there.
But there is a driveway, right?
There is a driveway.
Okay, you can have a seat back. Thank you, please. When did you first mention that to anybody about parking in the yard there?
What do you mean?
I mean, like, when did you first discuss that with anybody as far as where cars parked at your grandma and granddad's house?
Yeah.
When was the first time you talked to anybody about that?
He's looking over at the defense for the answer. Ooh, yeah. How do I answer that? Watch
When
it.
did you first
Look at that. It's funny. Look at it.
mention that to anybody about parking
He looks over to
in
the
the
defense
yard there?
table.
What do you mean?
I mean, like, when did you first discuss that with anybody as far as where cars parked at your grandma and granddad's house? When was the first time you talked to anybody about that?
He looked over there.
A couple days ago.
A couple of days ago?
See, because it was the defense. A couple days ago. Huh? Hey, you got to tell him that you normally would park over there.
Okay. That's the first time you mentioned that?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, there'd be no reason for him to have talked about it, though, until that GPS data came out. I mean, in his favor.
And then that would have been
The GM data.
After Shelley testified, right? Shelley Smith?
I guess I don't really remember when Miss Smith testified.
Miss Smith. Did you bring that to somebody's attention, or did somebody ask you about it?
I couldn't. I'm not sure.
And I think you keep forgetting I'm on cross.
I didn't see anything.
You testified that. How many times had you been there with your dad? I wasn't quite clear with your answers to Mr. Griffith. I'm not trying to be difficult, Buster.
I understand, and I can't give you an approximate number, but I mean I've been out there with him several times.
And,
Hard to
would you
tell.
always call? You said you called. Did you always call when you got there?
Yeah, I feel like most of the time you would call just to tell, because the ladies get nervous. If you hadn't called and they see a car pulling in the driveway, it's just easier to call and let them know, like, hey, we're gonna be pulling around. Please unlock the door. We'd like to come in.
Had you ever been over there at 6:30 in the morning?
Have I ever been out there at 6:30 in the morning? Just like overall at my.
I guess.
I've been out there at 6:30 in the morning before going hunting and whatnot.
Why?
You called then also, then, right?
Well, that was
going into the house.
Yeah, sure,
I would just let them know, especially 6:30 in the morning.
sure.
Your mom loved that.
I bet they're going to bring in some more cell phone data to discredit Buster. I think they're going to do that without bringing Buster on the stand. They're going to introduce evidence that disproves Buster coming up here, and then Buster's entire testimony can be considered a lie at that point.
Didn't you?
Yes, sir, she did.
I love that stuff. She was actually getting some work done down there, wasn't she?
Yes, sir, she was getting some work done on the house.
And on this date, June 7th, literally there were people inside doing work that day, weren't there?
I think so.
Yeah. And her plan was to stay down there that night, wasn't it?
I don't know what her plan was.
You had, the last time you'd been to Moselle, you said was the spring, maybe a few months prior to this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you have to say yes for the court reporter, not for me. Just
Yes.
just for-
Sorry.
And you talked to your mom that day on June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And I think you had talked to Paul the last time on the 5th, if I'm not mistaken. June 5th is what you told in one of the interviews.
Sure.
And Mr. Griffiths asked you about the financial troubles and that have come out here. You had no knowledge of your dad's financial difficulties at all, did you?
No, sir.
I mean, you really did.
No, sir, I really didn't.
And as far as you knew, financially, the family was sound.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went to Wofford.
I did go to Wofford.
Go Terriers, for the record.
Thank you.
But everything, as far as you knew, financially was okay. And when did you learn it wasn't?
What?
W-A- I guess on
W-H-A-T
September
apostrophe
the-
N-T. Whatn't.
whatever that day in September was.
So back in the birthday, I guess for your dad, Memorial Day, down at Edisto,
Sure.
defense exhibit, and I apologize,
Which
I don't know
part?
what number it was just played.
Right.
I believe Mr. Chris Wilson is hugging your dad?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's a family friend?
Yes, sir.
You didn't know then that your dad owed Chris Wilson or stole $192,000 from him, did you?
I did not.
And I'm not saying that to be mean, but you really didn't know that.
That's correct. Didn't know.
Flew off.
And this the boating accident that Mr. Griffin asked you about, that was pressure on the family, wasn't it?
I don't know that pressure's the right word. I mean, it's definitely an uneasy feeling. Your brother is criminally charged, and then you, myself, and my father have civil charges. I mean, definitely unsettling.
I mean, it caused stress within the family, didn't it?
See, the answer to that, this would just be yes, it did cause stress in the family. But he knows that hurts his dad to say that, so he comes up with this crazy...
It was stressful. I wouldn't say within the family, because, I mean, we supported each other.
Sure. And I'm not
No, but it's stressful in the family.
not questioning that, but I mean, your mom felt ostracized?
Yes, sir.
She even more so wanted to stay at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I totally believe he didn't know about any of that stuff. I think he hid his financial stuff from others. I'm not sure what... And don't most of you think that... I don't know what you would think, but it seems like Paul was killed that night almost like he didn't really want to do that, but Maggie for sure. I haven't seen him shed one tear on any of the testimony of any kind related to Maggie, but every time every time Paul is brought up, he cries, and I think there's some truth to it, like he doesn't like that he killed his own kid, but he didn't mind at all killing Maggie. So I don't know if it was something that had to happen because of the timing, or he wanted to kill both, but he feels bad about killing Paul. It was just something he deemed necessary.
Sir.
Yeah, something like that.
It really, I mean, you were a little frustrated with Paul yourself, weren't you?
In
Just
terms
as far
of?
as using your ID and getting all that. Now, that case is over, okay?
Sure.
But I mean, you didn't like it when you used your ID yourself.
Um,
And I'm not trying to go anywhere, Buster, but he'd use your ID sometime and you didn't want him to.
But don't you? Isn't it been? Have you seen even one tear shed for Maggie in any of the descriptions? I mean, honest to God, I don't remember ever seeing him even upset or anything when they're talking about her death.
Questions you're going to ask? Questions, comments? What's the question? What's the question?
Did you like it?
Yes, sir.
Did he used your ID, didn't he?
Objection's overruled.
Thanks,
Sorry,
Linda
I didn't
Howe,
say
as
it
in
again.
Linda Moulton Howe, an attempt at a
Paul
wave.
used your
Thank you.
identification.
yes,
Did that frustrate you?
sometimes.
You were shown the tree video with the shirt and the pants. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
When you saw your dad on the night of June 7th, what did he have on?
When I had made my way up to the house, he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
And
But you got clothes all over the place. You could have changed it in the bathroom, the shed. Could have changed it in the outhouse, the pond out back. He's got a little bag there with clothes in. I mean, it doesn't matter where it is. He can change.
who laundried his clothes?
At that period of time, would have been Blanca, and then my mom.
Thank you, Linda Howe, as in Linda Moulton Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles.
Mom also does laundry sometimes.
But on a day-to-day, did Blanca take care of your dad's clothes, laundering, cleaning, folding?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about, you never went back to Moselle after this incident?
Well, I mean, after
Or did you?
if you take June 7th on June, I mean, I've been back to Moselle
Thank you,
since then, but I've
Tosh.
never slept another night at Moselle.
Right.
Did
he
your
took a
dad-
shower that day?
Then strike that. Big portion of it.
Thank you, quietly frozen.
Did your dad try to get you to go hunting out there again one time or suggest it?
He asked if I wanted to, and if I wanted to, that I could.
Or you didn't want to?
No, sir. Didn't want to go.
And thank you, Melissa Sal.
That's all I have. Thank you, Buster.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Redirect. Thank you. Let me step down.
All right, so here's where they bring in a Harpootlian brings in the defense brings in a forensic guy. You know, I don't even know what you want to call this guy.
Mr. Sutton, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic engineer.
A forensic engineer. Now, what is a forensic engineer?
Well,
Yeah,
the
what
majority
is
of the
that?
work that I do involves the investigation of accidents and failures
Hey, thanks, Brianna. 25.
in the field of legal questions, legal problems, court of law. So
Thanks for the late
what
fee.
forensic engineers do is that they collect data, collect physical evidence, they interpret the data, and then try to come up with what happened in an event, maybe what didn't happen in an event, or maybe try to limit the possibilities
And Melissa
of what
Sal.
happened in an event.
Okay, and do you have educational background in this area, or have you been trained, or how about just tell us, first of all, where you, as we say around here, where are you from?
Well, I was born in Hickory, North Carolina. Then I grew up in Cary. When I was young, family moved to Cary, which is right outside of.
I'm gonna move it.
Then after I graduated, I went full-time with him.
Yeah. Okay.
For instance, in Wake County, North Carolina.
Yes.
And what was that?
Physical evidence tells you.
Okay. Were you hired by myself and Mr. Griffin to do some analysis on what occurred at Moselle that resulted in the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
Well, cool,
Yes.
Jennifer.
And let's first of all talk about what's the process generally, and then we're going to put this PowerPoint up, or do you want me to put the PowerPoint up first?
I can speak to that
Thank you, the
generally.
mic.
So,
Okay.
I think I mentioned it earlier,
I
but
saw the Mike D experience on out there today on Fitz News live stream. Yep.
really the first steps in any investigation, if it's a little
A lot of freaks
investigation,
are
big
over there.
investigation, my
2B
job
was over there.
and the people I work with and people in other companies that do what we do, you go collect facts. And in this case, this is typical, facts were collected. The crime scene was processed. There were a lot of pictures taken, things like that, by sled. So that's one place that I can get facts. I typically do, and I did in this case, I go collect facts myself, so I went to Moselle. And it had changed. I went there about 18 months after the murders. I went in October of 22. But I was able to measure the Moselle property. And
So he was just there 4 months ago.
look at the physical evidence, what was remaining, and then I was able to use that in conjunction with what SLED had done, because SLED had collected a lot of evidence at the scene that I looked at.
Now, some of the evidence collected by SLED that you looked at were measurements made by SLED agent Worley, either the night of or soon after the incident, to things like shell casings, right?
That is correct.
And there's also pictures of those shell casings, correct?
Yes.
And also the location of Maggie's body and Paul's body. There were measurements done on both of those, correct?
Yes.
And did Agent Worley also find 2 bullet holes, one in the doghouse, one in the quail pen?
Yes.
And did she take measurements there?
She did.
And were those important to your calculations?
They were. It was what I was looking at least in my role in looking at the crime scene, or the site of the crime, the questions that I was being asked.
Okay, so, Your Honor, we offered into evidence defendant's exhibit number 143. Without objection, I believe.
Submit.
And Your Honor, okay, let's just walk through the PowerPoint. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, now this is titled Shot Trajectories as Measured by Special Agent Worley. Are these what we're talking about, measurements she made?
Yes. Okay,
next slide, please. Quail pen. Go ahead. Now, what are we looking at here?
So this is what I call the quail pen, and it's a small animal cage. It's been referred to, but like it's a bird cage, and it's up against the building or the barn or the hangar. I think it's been called several things. It's up underneath the roof.
Okay, now if you went perpendicular to that out, would you run into the dog kennels?
Yes.
Okay, so this is across from the dog kennels, and that is the quail pen.
Yes, and this particular photograph was taken the night of the murder. So the first few pictures just show the points of evidence that were of interest to me. And then what happened later on, it was the next month, I believe it was July the 6th. Special Agent Worley went back and actually took some measurements. She used basically a common technique where you try to get more information about these bullet holes.
Okay, next. And what is this we're looking at?
It's a little bit closer view of the quail pen. And what you have there on the side of the quail pens, that would be the side that's really facing the crime scene.
Right.
It's made out of like a fiber board, a little bit more robust than cardboard. It's like a fiber board, so you can penetrate it easily. And there was a bullet hole basically in the center of it.
Okay, next slide. That would be that bullet hole?
That is the bullet hole, and if you were able to zoom in a little bit and look carefully, you'd be able to see what's called a bullet wipe. It's down.
Right there.
If that was a tiny little clock, it'd be just under 3 o'clock. And so when I looked at that, it looked like the bullet was on an upward trajectory. A small one, but an upward trajectory. And what the bullet wipe is when the bullet comes out of the barrel of the gun, it's going to have products of the bullet being fired. And when it enters sheetrock or a car door or a piece of plywood, you commonly see that lead-in mark where the bullet goes into a piece of material.
Can we make that bigger? There we go. Okay. So how about step down here for just a second, and there's a pointer right behind you. Your Honor, may he step down? Grab that pointer right there.
I mean, that crap's
You point
paper,
out for
though.
the jury, please, that
Do
we call it a bullet wipe.
Yeah, so when you look at the entry, the entrance of a bullet hole into a surface like this, and this is the piece of gray cardboard, there's some tearing here, but if you look over here on the side, that's what's called the bullet wipe mark, and that shows you the direction that is coming from. So it's coming from where I'm standing, and it's a little bit below, like if you could draw a straight line through there, that would be even with the horizon. It's a little bit below that. So right away, that told me that this bullet, when it penetrated this piece of material here, that it was traveling upwards and from right to left.
Okay. Let me see the next slide, just in case. Okay. Any way to make that a little bigger? While he's doing that, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph from Special Agent Worley's trip to the crime scene. I think it was the next month, July the 6th.
And what's going on here?
So this bullet, it penetrates this quail pen and actually goes through the wall of the hangar too. It goes through several layers of material. And a common technique to try to figure out what is the angle of that shot, you take something like this Typically, they're fiberglass, so they don't bend, they're perfectly straight. And you insert that rod through the bullet hole, and then what you do is you measure this rod. So right now, she's measuring what's called the vertical angle. So if I was measuring that's the angle of the shot, like to the TV right here. So vertical angle is this way. Was the bullet going up, or was it going down, or was it going straight in?
And what did that, I mean, did you look at a close-up picture of that, and did you also look at her notes?
Yes.
And what was her conclusion about the angle, you say vertical angle, the angle going into the quail pen? Was it going up, was it going down? And by, I guess you gauge this in degrees, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so was it going up or down?
It was going up.
At what degree?
So the bullet was traveling upwards, which is consistent with what I just showed you on the previous pictures. So her measurement that it's going up is consistent. She recorded in her notes that that was 3 degrees going up, so pretty flat, but the bullet was traveling upwards. But there are 2 pictures. She has one picture of it at 3 degrees and one at 1.5 degrees. So pretty close, but 2 different trajectories. And later on, I looked at the difference between the 1.5 and the 3.
Okay.
And that'll come up later, but for the purposes of me understanding what was going on here, I considered both 1.5 and 3.
And while 1.5 or 3 is not a steep incline as it goes in, if you project that back, it's going to have, if you go 10 feet, it's going to make, okay. As you project it back, what, if any, difference is there on that cause on trajectory?
Okay, well, the reason this is interesting is because it's an upward traveling bullet. So
Could you guys hit the like button for me?
if you think about the path of this bullet, for all purposes here, because we're talking about maybe 50 feet in this crime scene, it's not 400 yards. If it's 400 yards, the bullet has a curved trajectory. So here, because the area that we're considering is so small, that for all intents and purposes, it's a flat trajectory, which means that the barrel of the gun was on the same angle as that rod, okay? And it's going down, which means if you extend that rod, if you're able to extend that rod some distance, it's going to go into the ground. So if it goes into the ground, obviously, the gun can't be underground. So you know that the shooter who fired the weapon that sent the bullet into the quail pen has to be on that line. So the weapon has to be on that line, and it's going to go into the ground at some point. So that is a good piece of information because that locks the location of the shooter, at least for one shot.
And I believe Agent Worley identified, I'm sorry, strike that. What, if any, caliber or kind of weapon did Agent Worley deduce had fired that bullet?
This was the 300 blackout.
Okay. Now go to the next slide, please.
This is just another measurement. This may be the one that's closer to 1.5 degrees, but you can see this is called, they call them trajectory rods, which again is inserted through the multiple paths of the bullet as it went through things.
So as you look at that device, whatever that's called, one of them shows 1.5, one of them shows 3, and she wrote down 3?
Correct.
Okay. Great. Next, please. Now, what is this?
Same thing. I'm just showing the kind of the different readings that she got here.
Okay.
It was within a range.
Okay.
So same answer for this.
Right. Next. Okay. So what are we looking at now?
Just to explain a little bit better.
Can you make that a little bigger, please? Okay. So what are we looking at here?
This is to show the trajectory rod. It comes in. We've been looking at this side right here, but if you look inside, you see it kind of goes through the cage and it goes through the back of the cage. It actually goes into the hangar or the barn. It goes through the siding and then the plywood.
So that is that same rod, except that's the inside going out. Correct?
That's the inside. I was just trying to show the technique, and this technique is a technique that is used often. There are other ways to do it, and we may talk about it later, but this is a technique that's often used to come up with this line of fire, or the path that bullet took, because if you consider the path of the bullet, you may be able to conclude something from that.
Okay, next.
It's just more the same. This is the trajectory rod inside the cage or the quail pen.
Okay.
More the same.
So it's probably pretty accurate trajectory. If it goes through the pin and everything maintains a straight line.
Next.
More the same.
But these are, okay, wait 1 second. So these pictures just depict.
How did it not hit the cage, though? Right through one of those little squares? I mean,
that rod coming from the outside, going through the quail pen and through the wall behind the quail pen.
That is correct.
And that's, you put that rod through, and then you can make some measurements outside as to trajectory, correct?
That's correct.
Easy for you to say. Next, please.
Looks like it
Now,
broke.
what
part
is
of
that device? What's going on there?
This is called a zero-edge protractor. So protractor is going to measure 0 to 180 degrees. So this is Special Agent Worley. Puts it up against the side of the coil pin and drop a plumb bob down so you can get what's called the azimuth. And the azimuth is just your compass direction. So because if I have the azimuth, and this is about 41 degrees coming in from where I'm standing. So, 45 degrees would be, here, there's 41 degrees. 90 degrees would be straight in. So what that does is it tells you the direction of this line.
So at that point, whether it's going up or down, and whether it's coming from the left or the right.
That's correct.
And as we look at that coil pin, is it coming from over here to the left? Is it coming from the right?
Well, it's coming from over here to the right.
Okay.
And then to determine exactly how, you need to go back and kind of look. You have to do it to scale, of course.
Right.
So you have to create a scale diagram, or you do what we typically do, which is we scan.
Okay. So let me see the next one. And is that just a close-up of the measurement, the angle?
Yes. And you can see here that it's 41 degrees.
41 degrees.
And that's what she recorded in her notes.
Okay. Next. Now, this is the doghouse. And in a minute, we're going to see a 3D rendition of this so the jury can get a little better idea of where everything is.
Yes.
But let's go ahead and talk about the doghouse next. So tell me what you see there.
So the doghouse had a bullet hole in it. It's pretty low to the ground. It's about 5.5 inches above the ground, 3 inches up from the bottom of the siding on the doghouse. And this bullet hole was going downwards, 14 degrees down. And it had an angle slightly to the left. And so kind of the same way that you can think about the one that was going up, you can think about the one that's going down. So if put a trajectory rod in, we'll see that in a second, it's going to be sticking upwards like that. So you can go up that trajectory rod to a point where it makes no sense, like the shooter would have to be on a ladder, right? So what that does is it tells you where that shot came from, and it puts a limit on where that shooter could be. Just the same way that the shot trajectory would disappear into the ground makes no sense. Shot trajectory that's up at 10 feet doesn't make any difference either. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Right. Let me see the next slide. Okay, and what is that?
That is...
Some of the way he explains things is very similar to what we were talking about when I make those little rods onto the bodies, and how you'd have to be at this angle to make it work and everything. I mean, it's similar. That's exactly how, if I was going to be doing something, it'd be something similar where you find the trajectory of the bullet, and then you go back to where it's reasonable that somebody was doing a shot.
This is the 300 blackout projectile. It went into the doghouse, went into a dog bed, so you're able to dig it out. So you can see that here. So again, these are the night of the murders.
So if it didn't go through the back wall, how does one get a trajectory off of that?
Well, in this particular case, the siding was thick enough where Agent Worley was able to put a dowel rod or a trajectory rod into that hole, unlike the quail pin, which is very thin. So a very thin material is considered thin if the thickness of that material is much less than the length of the bullet, right here. So in a thin material, there's some special considerations with thin materials versus thick materials, but the doghouse had siding and wood construction, so it's thicker. So a thick material is going to be more in line with the length of the bullet and even longer.
Yeah, I said that's what I was saying on Fitz News chat, that Alex probably randomly shot things to muck up the crime scene, like the shots into the little that little bird cage thing that he first went over. That didn't even make any sense at all. It's nowhere near anything, especially from that angle.
So you can still get the trajectory with reasonable accuracy in this particular case.
Okay, next.
And he may have continued to shoot things after he killed both of them. He might have taken the shotgun, he killed Paul, and then Maggie, then runs around with the weapon and starts shooting different things to make it seem really strange and muck up the crime scene. That's what his whole thing is just mucking up as many things as possible.
Slide, please. Okay, now what is that?
This is the same process here at the doghouse where...
Can you blow that up for me, please? There you go. So what do we see?
This is the trajectory rod. This is a dial protractor. It just uses gravity to tell you what the angle is.
And what was the angle?
14 degrees down.
It's coming in at a 14 degree. The bullet's coming, there you go. It's coming in, it's coming down into the doghouse at a 14 degree angle.
That's correct.
Okay. Next, please. And what is this?
Zoomed in so you can see. So
Okay.
there's 90 and it's over at about 76 degrees or so, so that makes it.
That's a 14-degree downward path.
Yes.
Next. Now, this is that plumb bob thing and azimuth thing, right?
Azimuth. So if this shows you the compass direction of the shot, where it's coming from. And here it's she measured 7 degrees. She recorded 6 degrees off of there, but it's.
One thing I'd say is, isn't this supposed to be dangling freely? It's kind of like bent on the thing there.
Somewhere there. All you really got to know, it's not straight into the doghouse. It's a little bit of an angle, about 6 or 7 degrees.
Okay. Next. And that's just a close-up of the same thing.
Yeah, so there's 90, so the plumb bob would be right here if it was going straight into the doghouse, but it's a little bit to the left.
About 6 degrees.
6 or 7 degrees.
Okay. Next.
You know
Now
what?
tell me what this is.
I bet that's
So
this
this
shot
is
right here.
Agent Worley's diagram.
That one.
And it's not to scale. And these are just the lines that I drew in to begin with, before I really did much work in the case. And it's clearly not to scale because, for instance, from the small animal cage, that pole is 24 feet about. And you can see that Maggie's body is, 17 feet long. But it says not to scale. But what that doesn't do for you, it really doesn't tell you, okay, well, we went through all that trouble to measure these. What does it tell you? And what I noticed was this, is that there was 2 shots. And one was into the doghouse, which was facing this way. One was into the quail pen, which is like facing the way this desk here. That's 2 totally different directions. So the first thing that would be good to do is to draw those lines backwards and see where they cross, right? And where they cross, is there anything of interest there, right? Are there footprints or something?
But this right here doesn't even make any sense. The quail pen is right under here, like in this area. So what is this thing? What is he doing? That's the doghouse. I don't know. I think he's screwed up here. He makes it sound like that goes through the quail pen. Where do they intersect? That's the doghouse. That's where that shot we just saw that's really low was.
Like facing the way this desk here. That's 2 totally different directions. So the first thing that would be good to do is to draw those lines backwards and see where they cross, right? And where they cross, is there anything of interest there, right? Are there footprints or something? In this case, there was, but not footprints. But that's what you do here. And so the thing you're looking at is let's figure out what this is telling us, which is these 2 lines are going to cross somewhere.
Well, and this is not to scale, so it doesn't tell you much about it.
It doesn't really tell us much because they don't cross at the right spot.
Right. But in terms of the relationship of different objects, we see the quail pen, and it looks like it is, again, perpendicular to the dog kennels, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Next. Okay, so this is your reconstruction. Maybe you ought to go ahead and take your, you want to do it from down here or up there?
I'd sit up there.
Well,
I'm telling you, that exhibit didn't make any sense at all that you just had up there. But nobody cares.
wait 1 second, let me see what this does. Now, go ahead.
So this is awesome.
This is a
this stuff.
AVI
Right here.
file.
This is
This is a
Well, I can explain.
Oh, is it a video?
3D model.
It is a
Yeah, go ahead and
Pharaoh
play it, and then
scheme.
we may play it again. I want you to explain it after they look at it. Go ahead. Hey, stop it right there for me, gang.
I mean, that's just
Stop it right
freaking
there. You
awesome.
go. So we see the doghouse.
There's the doghouse.
The quail point where we just flew by it. No, wait a minute, she's starting over again. Okay, go ahead and start. So as we get right, stop it right. Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. There. Stop. Okay. So we see the doghouse. Point it out, please. We see the kennels. How about point those out? And I don't think we can see the quail pen yet, but it's going to be up in there, correct?
Yeah, so the quail pin's against this wall.
Okay. Go ahead and start it back up.
I'd love to have access to that file right there.
And
So the quill pen's way back
Stop.
here.
okay, show
Right
the
there.
jury again where the quail pen is,
Here's the quail pen.
and where's the doghouse?
The doghouse is right here.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
let
go ahead
me
and
go-
start it up again.
Where are we at?
Now,
130. Let me go back to that other shot again. Let me see if maybe I'm the one that's off. Maybe this is just the overhang part of the... So maybe that could be the quail pen. I thought this was like... Okay, yeah. So this is just the overhang part of the barn, and the quail pen is inside there. Okay, that makes sense. All right. I was wrong.
Explain.
was it a video?
It is a video.
Yeah, go ahead and play it, and then we may play it again. I want you to explain it after they look at it. Go ahead. Hey, stop it right there for me, gang. Stop it right. There you go. So we see the doghouse. The quail point where we just flew by it. No, wait a minute, she's starting over again. Okay, go ahead and start. So as we get right, stop it right. Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. There. Stop. Okay. So we see the doghouse. Point it out, please. We see the kennels. How about point those out? And I don't think we can see the quail pen yet, but it's going to be up in there, correct?
Yeah, so the quail pin's against this wall.
Okay. Go ahead and start it back up. And stop it. Okay, show the jury again where the quail pen is.
Here's the quail pen.
And where's the doghouse?
The doghouse is right here.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and start it up again. Now,
Well, it doesn't look
maybe
as
I'll have you
real
explain
as
how
this
you do
Posh.
this.
But
You go ahead and take a stand again, please. Let me see the next slide while he's going up there.
all right, you guys are having one of those lulls again on when we're doing playing the trials.
Okay, well, you don't need to come down for this, but
What are
this is called fly through with no roof. So you've eliminated the roof with the computer to show what it looks like. You get a better sense of perspective. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this to scale?
It is to scale. It's very accurate. Is kind of the modern way to measure a site. Scanning is used all over now. I mean, from dentist offices to everything. But
we'll talk in just a minute about how you put this together, and the process I think is on here. Okay, how about let that one go? And this is without, you took the roof off of the shed, correct?
I did.
Okay, go ahead. We can see the doghouse. We can see.
So they took the
quail
roof
pen.
off. You can do that.
We can see where Maggie's body was, and we can see where Paul's body was, correct?
yes.
Okay. How about do that one more time? That would be
I
Maggie's
mean, it's
body
pretty
here, the
sweet to have
doghouse.
that technology.
And that would be Paul's body over here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, keep going. And why did you do this particular visual? Does that make it easier to see where everything is relative to each other?
Yes. In the scan, you can just cut the roof off. It just makes things easier to see.
Okay,
The
next
roof was of no importance to me.
Right. Next. Now, tell me what this represents.
Well, this is where I start constructing some lines, and this is just an overall shot looking straight down. Like this is a bird's eye view of the scan, and the dog kennels are in the bottom right, and the hangar of the barn is kind of in the center top of the picture. And it's just there's nothing really, of this particular shot. It just illustrates what you can do, and what I did, for instance, is
Oh yeah, when you pause
I
it,
drew
it's
some white-
clear. See how clear that is? A second. Yeah, so what we're looking at right here, if you're confused, is this. Watch. I'm not even in the right spot. It's over here. Uh-oh. Oh, there you go. It's almost exactly like this, actually. Yeah, I think they have it even set up to north-south orient. Like, basically, if I went like this, watch. I mean, I just randomly stopped it, but let's just say about like this. And if I could go like that, that's about what we're looking at right here. There's the kennel right here, this thing. This is the dog house, which is right there. And so they just took the roof off of the shed so you can see down into it, right? So it's pretty sweet.
white lines in there. Those are measurement bars. One's 25 feet long, one's 50 feet long. But the scan itself, you can measure very accurately anywhere in the scan because this is not a picture. What it is are their points. And there's so many points. There's millions of points, and there's so many points when you put them together, it actually looks like an object, like a three-dimensional object.
So let me ask you this: the state, it's been a month, so we may not all remember. The state had this is called a Faro. What is this called?
We call them a Faro scan. Faro is the company that builds the scanner. There are millions of points. Like if
Yeah, it goes around, it scans all the points, puts them back together.
Like whether their Faro scan, Swed's Faro scan was played.
Yes.
Okay. And is their Faro scan as detailed as yours?
I would have to compare them, but it should basically be the same thing. Their scan and our scan should be the same because it's a highly precise instrument. And
Let's go to the next one.
Yeah, why didn't the state use it, though?
And you did it in
October of 22.
Okay, now what is this today?
So the next thing I wanted to do, other than reconstruct the shot trajectories, like we said before, I wanted
This thing that they're going to do here is something I do all the time. The overlay thing where you go in and out. Watch this.
to know where the evidence markers were. So what this here is, I took Special Agent Worley's measurements. She had measured to a bunch of different things, including the head and feet of the victims, and then also to those little yellow evidence marker tags. And the evidence markers that I was most interested in were numbers 2 through 7, which would have been the empty cartridge cases from the 300 blackout. But what I did was I created a CAD diagram to scale of Agent Worley's measurements.
Okay, what's a CAD diagram?
It's just computer-aided drawing. It's a drawing package, so you can do a scale diagram. Now she did this just measuring from a pole or post and whatnot, but we have a technique when we scanned in 22, obviously these markers were not there, but we had lots of photographs of them. And so there's a methodology that we can use where we can flatten the picture taken the night of the murders, and then we can match that to the scan. So then once you match that photograph to the scan, you can actually place in objects that no longer exist very accurately.
Now, this Pharaoh program, you indicated was used by SLED, is used by other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
It's very common. It is used by hundreds, thousands of them?
Yes.
And they do the same process that you do?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got this, and what is this? This is a, can you tell me what this process is?
Yeah, so this is Special Agent Worley's hand measurements.
Put on a computer program.
Put on a computer program, and because I wanted to put the evidence markers in my scan. And so you have the scan of the Moselle property, but then I can put stuff in there too. I could put a car in there, I could put a body, or I could put these evidence markers. So I use this to check.
Yeah, so here it is right here.
For my scan. And I use that, if you're able to zoom in a little bit, I don't know if it may be a little bit hard for you guys to see, but those circles with the crosses in them are Special Agent Worley's measurements, and then either touching them or inside of them are the evidence markers that got placed by what we call reverse camera projection, which is just a fancy name of, we can take the information from a photograph taken the night of the murders, and we can attach that to our scan, and then if we want to, we can put missing objects in there, which is what we did here.
Okay, go ahead.
And there's an example of it there.
Can you make that a little bigger, please? So what is, yeah, that's perfect right there. What does that show?
It shows the same thing. So we use the reverse camera projection method to get the yellow evidence markers in the scan. And you can see there, Special Agent Worley's measurements are usually right beside it, but you have to remember she was probably stretching a tape measure. So it all makes sense. So it agreed. So what that tells you have a high degree of confidence that these markers are in the correct place.
Okay, next.
Thanks, the Mike D experience.
Now, what does this depict?
Well, it's a it is a video.
Okay,
if
go ahead and play that
show
video.
the whole screen.
See, this one, I don't know if they meant to show that, but that's where Maggie is right there.
Yeah, we need the whole screen to play the video. Please. Okay.
Yes, and I know it's we're just doing trial stuff tonight, but you know, I'll do another one of my public service things. But you know, I rely solely on you guys to help support the channel. These live streams do not have ad revenue. The videos that I do have ad revenue, but I never really have time most of the time to make videos because I'm always getting ready to do the show for the evening. So the channel memberships and super chats and all the other things are what help support the channel on a nightly basis, right? But when I do these live trials, we get into this mode where you know, I don't stop the show every 2 minutes to talk about it, so it creates these lags and pauses for like hours. And I don't know what the difference is. But
so this is fading back and forth between
obviously
the
something
scan
that
world,
exists.
the
We see
computer
it.
world and reality. So you can see there that that's a crime scene photo that was taken the night of the murders. And what that is doing is it's showing you the comparison between this world that we built to try to understand.
Yeah, it's pretty. They made it look exactly the same.
Picture taken on the night of the murders. Is this a complete picture, or have you dropped something?
I think it's pretty cool. See, look at how they do the. I mean, you guys have seen me do this exact same thing before, where I, you know, go visible, not visible, back and forth. So you can see how accurate it is.
See there that that's a crime scene photo that was taken the night of the murders. And what that is doing is it's showing you the comparison between this world that we built to try to understand what was the physical evidence telling us.
Well, picture taken on the night of the murders. Is this a complete picture, or have you dropped some things out?
No, it's a complete picture. You know, some items may have been moved by the time this picture was taken. I would have to go back and see exactly.
Oh, so this picture was taken by you in October.
Oh, no, this is the night of the murders here.
Okay. Okay, next. Okay, so go ahead. Whale pen shot trajectory. Okay, so tell us what this is.
Okay, so I picked a place in the scan to start laying in those lines, and now we talked about how we built this up. So let's put the trajectory of the two shots that were measured and see what it tells us. And so I just chose a point. You're looking straight into the side of the doghouse. The sheet in the foreground there would be Maggie's body. And then you can see the evidence markers. There's 3, 4. You can see 5 and 6 over by the sheet.
Right.
12 is something else. I believe it was may have even been bullet fragments, but 3, 4, 5, and 6 there are empty cartridge cases. That was probably one of my engineers or somebody I work with who was doing some other task. Okay. So when you scan, if you stand still long enough, it'll scan you.
Scan you in, okay.
Yes.
Next. Now, what are those two green lines?
The two green lines are the shot trajectories into the quail pen.
And why are there two?
Because one is at 1.5 degrees up and one is at 3 degrees up.
Okay. in this projection, in terms I understand, if you took the dowel that she put through the hole.
Objection sustained.
Sorry, I understand the term I understand. Let me see if we can get the same place. Tell us what that depicts.
So he gives it like two different trajectories to the same hole, right? That's what he's doing here? Is that correct? There aren't two holes on that cage over there. So he's saying it's one of these two or somewhere in between. I mean, this one up here on the top works for everybody. I don't even know what he's trying to say.
Yeah, so that is the flight path of the bullet, somewhere along that line. And so it's trigonometry. It's not any more complicated than that.
What do you mean, no 2 degrees? What does that
for you,
mean?
but it's just trigonometry.
No, there's only one bullet hole. He's just trying to come up with two different. Like it could be here or here, but this is the max range.
These lines, are they put in there by you manually, or are they computed by the program?
Well, the lines are put in by me on the computer program, and again, they're at the 1.5 degrees, 3 degrees. The importance of them is that's where the barrel of the gun has to be perfectly in line with those two green lines. But right now, without knowing anything else, you could slide that gun up and down that green line, and it could be anywhere, right? So, but you start looking at other pieces of evidence, and so what you would have is well, what other pieces of evidence we have? I looked at this and I said, well, where does the shot trajectory go? Well, it goes almost right over Maggie's body, very close to it, right close to the feet. That's one thing. The second thing is there is a collection of empty cartridge cases right to the line. So if I'm facing the quail pin, there's a collection of cartridge cases to my right.
And what's your understanding about the ejection of cartridge cases from blackout?
Typically, it should be to the right and to the back somewhat. It depends. But so that was a piece of information, which is that starts to, as I said before, sometimes what you're looking at what you can determine, but maybe you can limit where something happens. So, that is a point of interest. Well, you have a pile of cartridge cases that go right beside the shot trajectories. That's an important point.
Okay, next. Okay, so what are we seeing here?
So that is a shooter that I constructed. And what this is, it's actually a scan of a person. So you can get scans of people. In this particular case, just for the purposes of this trial, I stripped all the textures off this person. So there's no clothing or hair or skin color, anything like that. So it's just more almost like a robotic looking figure.
Well, then how did you, then you didn't scan it. Because you can't just, if you scanned a person with clothing on, there isn't this other body underneath the clothing on these scans, okay? So I don't believe what he's saying right there.
It is holding a 300 blackout weapon, a model of one. And so when I started examining those
like the nude version
shot trajectories, a couple things were apparent. One is it would be really hard for anybody to be shooting that shot from the shoulder, because remember the shot's going up. It's only 4 feet 2 off the ground.
What is it? The entrance point, where it goes into
the entry point. It's only 4 feet 2 off the ground, and it's going up, which means that even if you're a fairly short person, to get that trajectory, you'd have to walk all the way up to the quail pin to get it to work. So what I was seeing here is that the most likely way that shot was made was from a low position, like shooting low on the hip. So I took this scanned in person with a blackout, and I pushed the gun down about as far as I could push it.
When you say about as far as you could push it, what do you mean by that?
Well, eventually, at some point, you have to have your hand on the trigger and the gun. And so instead of having a person stand straight up, too, I just put them in a shooting position. I don't know what the position of the shooter was, but this is a thought process. Okay, what is this telling us? So that's what I did here.
And what degree line is that one on?
That's on the 1.5 degree.
Okay. Next.
Mm-hmm. Cool, Nikki.
And
yeah, there isn't a
that's
new
the exact same
version
shooter,
underneath the
that shooter has its
on
barrel
this.
on the 3 degree line.
Okay, but he would be on the other side of Maggie's body and on the other side of the doghouse.
Correct.
Okay, next. Okay, now this has 2 individuals in it. What's the one behind?
So those are the 2. So the shooter
okay.
The shooter behind is the 1.5 degree. The shooter in front is the 3 degrees. So that kind of gives the range of this person being able to make that shot. And so to me, because of several different factors, it's much more likely that the angle into the quail pen was flatter than 3 degrees, which we talked about before. One of the main reasons is there's no shell casings over behind the doghouse.
So this person up front, what did you say about shell casings?
There's no shell casings anywhere close to that person.
And I guess, can you demonstrate for us how you're depicting this person's holding a gun? I mean, you say from the hip.
Yes.
What does that mean? How about demonstrate, if that's okay, Your Honor?
So what I would say is that what I did for this purpose is that out here, I put it down here, about as low as I could go. Okay. And within like a shooting.
Yeah, I mean, you use these little figures that are like tiny people. You know, 5'2" and shit. I mean, you think there was, and then eventually the prosecutor says, you have 12-year-olds running around out there?
Stance like a shooting position. You're not aiming, but at least you're not aiming in the traditional sense. But
If you're aiming, it'll be on your shoulder, right?
Right. So I stretched that gun down until I could just still keep my hand like I was shooting a gun.
Now, from the shoulder,
I call them Oompa Loompas.
where generally would they be? To have that downward shot.
It's really hard to put a shoulder shot on that trajectory just because it's so low. Because even a small person going like this, 4'2", even if you put the barrel on the quill, then it'd be above the hole. So it just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, next slide, please. So this is without the guy up front because you concluded this is where the person would have been.
Yes, for a person of this height, this is to me because of its proximity or closeness to the empty shell casings.
Okay, next.
Terminator Skynet. Thanks, Scout, dude.
Now let's look at the doghouse trajectory shot. Next. Okay, now explain that green line.
The green line here is the shot trajectory into the doghouse. And this is the same shooter again. And it looks like he's standing on the sheet there, but all that would tell me if this did occur, then the body was not there.
This was a shot would have come before the body fell to the ground.
That is correct. And so again, you have a shooter low on the hip. That's where that person would have to be to follow that upward line. So the same exact shooter. Now that shooter is shooting down.
I think that's where Maggie. Well, let me show you my thing here. I think it might be one like this one, except the angle they have is sharper. So what would happen if, like, maybe her knees were bent a little bit? You know, like she could have had her knees bent, and she's sort of started like crouching over or something like that, and then shot down. Then it would go through the same. Because like if you take her and then you. That doesn't work. Hold on, I gotta do this one. Yeah, so maybe that angle. So then if you bend the shin here, like let's see. Yeah, right here. Yeah, and then you bend her forward. So just a slight bend, slightly crouching, boom, you get that angle down. And that might be what happened there, if that's a true angle there, right? So let me get the other one. Oops, that would have hurt. There you go, and then hip, abdomen. So it just had to be a little bit like that, you know? It wouldn't have to be some crazy thing, right? So you get that angle on that. And then maybe the other one makes more sense then too. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see how that goes. But
I slid that person on the line until it was shooting down, and what I discovered was it's basically in the exact same spot. You know, maybe one step away, maybe 2 steps away, but
the two shots away from very close to each other.
Right. So now what we've done is the 2 shots cross each other at a point, and at that point is right beside where the shell casings were ejected, relatively close to it.
Okay. Now you don't know where Maggie was when these shots were made, is that correct?
Correct.
So we heard from, I think, one of the state's witnesses that... Right there.
Who goes on to say? I don't know what you're talking about.
Experts about the relative position of Maggie.
Dream of Hive. I have no idea what you're saying. Right?
The only thing that I heard is that maybe 2 of the shots were done at less than 3 feet because of stippling to the skin.
And what about the relative position of the shooter and her prior to that?
Nothing specific or definitive.
Okay. So, let's see the next one. What is that?
This is a shooter, because this shot's going down, this shooter is shooting from the shoulder, which can be done with this shot. And if you're shooting from the shoulder, you got to be further back. So that's
maybe my angle isn't even
that's
right.
The range of possibility, you know, from the shoulder, from the hip.
You know, like the one that I have in here, they just said it came in and then went down. So it could actually be, you know, like this, and I just didn't have it. I don't have it right in the. You know, it could be like that. You know, I mean, I don't know how far down it was, so that angle could be just higher. Well, no, but remember how they said that they were sort of parallel with each other, this shot and that shot? I remember them saying that. I don't know. Jeez.
It's down low, those two we just saw. Is that also consistent with where the shell casings are?
It is. That could be consistent too.
Okay. Next slide, please. both shots.
Yeah, I know. I just showed that.
So what does this depict?
So this is the shooter making both shots. And you'll see, there's a couple different angles I could show you, but they're really close. And they're in the right location relative to the empty shell casings.
Okay.
So what that says, I'm not saying it's exactly there because there's some variables to it, but I find it interesting that the two shot trajectories cross at a point where both shots can be made, and they're at the right location relative to those empty shell casings. So in my opinion, when these two shots were made, at least these two shots, that the shooter was standing right in that area.
Okay, next. And what does this depict?
This is the same thing I just described, except a little bit different angle. So there you may have a shooter taking 2 steps forward, depending on which one was fired first,
right,
or 2 steps backwards. But within a generally small area, those where those shots were fired from.
Okay, next. Is that the same?
That is the same thing. That the shooter's from the hip. If you have the shooter shooting from the hip, it makes a lot of sense that with a little bit of movement, the shooter can produce both of those shots and have it agree with the evidence that Special Agent Worley collected.
Okay, next. Okay, now we're going to don't go to well. Let's get to that in just a minute. Based on your analysis of, and tell us how you came to conclude the range of heights for the person shooting from those distances. Tell us how that worked.
Okay, so we're able to locate the weapon, where the weapon was, and that's...
When you say locate the weapon, what do you mean by that?
Locate the weapon on the green line. Okay, so...
You say locate the weapon, is it the muzzle, is it the
whole barrel?
The whole barrel.
Right,
okay.
Because the bullet starts its path inside the barrel, and when it leaves the barrel, it finds the target.
Okay, so you can slide that barrel up and down the green line?
Correct.
Okay, tell us how you get to a height for the shooter.
So for the purposes of what I've been showing you is that I started putting different height people in the trajectory analysis. And so what I've been showing you is a person that's 5'2".
Versus how tall? The shooter's how tall?
5'2".
Could be someone a little taller crouching down a little bit?
Could be.
Why would you use a 5'2"? You use a 5'10", like the average height person. You don't just throw a 5'2" in there. It's like he did that because he didn't have a character that he could bend down or something. And he just had these scanned in, the old army toys that you'd play with type figure, and that's about it.
5'3", 5'4"?
Yes.
So between 5'2" and 5'4"?
Yes.
The shooter?
Because what happens if, let's say, if you put a 5'4" person even, or 5'5", 5'6", in kind of that shooting position from the hip, you've got to move them all the way up to the quail pin. And it doesn't make any sense there because there's no shell casings, and it starts to not make any sense. Why would a person stand right in front of the quail pin a few feet away and shoot into it?
And as you slide it back, what happens in terms of that? And this is all trigonometry? These are angles?
It's just trigonometry. So again, you have 5'2" people. What happens is if I move those people back,
well, just take the quail pin to begin with.
Yeah, with the quail pin, if you start to move the shooter the quail pin back, then you start getting to less than 5'2" very quickly because that shot is
thus
up.
the Oompa Loompa.
And what you have here is that this is as
take
far
this
back
picture
as
and put one
basically
in
I
the
could
scene,
justify
man.
putting a 5'2" shooter. Yeah.
And how did you come to 5'2"? I mean, did you look at any data?
Well, again, these are actual people that were scanned in, and so these are 5'2". What happens is, for instance, if I tried it with a 5'4", I tried it with a 5'9".
Why didn't that work?
Because it puts the person under the shed close to the quail pin. Doesn't make much sense being under there. There are no shell casings there. So in order to get the shooter at the cross of the two shot trajectories near the empty casings, then you've got to lower that shot.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, some measurements.
You'll get no.
Go ahead.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, they say he's 74 inches tall, and like when you look at this picture right here, that's 70. If he's 6'1" and a half, I'd be shocked. So he must wear elevator shoes because each one of these is an inch. So it's 69, 70, 71 is way up here. I mean, I'm not even sure I don't know if this is like an optical illusion or what, but I definitely don't see him at 74 inches tall. These inches look massive to me. I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. Maybe are those inches or I don't know.
Go ahead. Now, let's hold on for 1 second before we go to that. So in terms of Alec Murdaugh, how tall is he?
Yeah, we know
6'3",
that.
6'4".
Okay.
They
And,
say he's 70.
You took a measurement of him this morning, correct? Yes. And what did you
No, they
measure?
say 76 inches, like, because they say 6'4", and I mean, I don't see that there.
I measured to his kneecap.
To his kneecap.
Yes.
And how much? What was the distance between the bottom of his foot and his kneecap?
25 inches.
Okay, now explain why that's relevant to what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, the obvious question is, well, what if you were 6'4" and not 5'2"? What does that mean? So what that means is that the shooting hand, the bottom of the shooting hand, for somebody the height of Alex Murdaugh would be right at and below his kneecap.
So his shooting
About
hand would be
6'8",
below his
Colleen?
kneecap.
Yes.
What does that
I don't
do?
think he's 6'3"
Well,
at all.
It puts the shooter, or whoever fired the weapon, if they were that tall, it puts them in an unrealistic shooting
I know, it's
position.
pretty straight
not
across, but-
an aiming position. It's not a shooting position. It would be something other than a shooting position. Where
Definitely
you're on
doesn't
your
look
feet.
76
So it would be,
inches, no matter what perspective you're
Again, it would be
looking
very difficult. You would have to be bending over and have your shooting hand down at or below your kneecap. And what's important about that to me is that it just makes it very unlikely that a tall person made that shot.
More likely that it'd be more likely that a person between 5'2" and 5'4" fired those shots, right?
Yes. Yes.
So he's telling the public that the shooter is most likely 5'2" to 5'4". Well, guess what? That means your entire theory is bullshit. Okay, if you're literally saying that, who's 5'2"? I mean, okay, like I was saying before, it's either a convention of the Lollipop Guild or Oompa Loompas out of uniform, or maybe they, who knows? Maybe they did wear the same outfit. It would have looked weird, but I really don't. I don't see what he's saying. Oh, it's the shooter's likely 5'2" or 5'3". No, it doesn't mean anything. It means they're holding the gun low, you idiot. And you know what? Here's something interesting. Is Paul Murdaugh? He would actually, Alec Murdaugh. He would actually know what are things people look at. So he's going to go around and he's going to muck things up. He's going to hold the gun down low when he's shooting at weird angles to make it look not natural and shit. And that's what he did. He did everything. 3 different ammunitions, 2 guns, weird angles, different shots fired here and there, one phone thrown over there, blah, 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 blah. Just tons and tons of stuff like that.
Can I have, yeah.
And he knows what to do to create reasonable doubt. See, he was shooting knowing he might need to create reasonable doubt. That's exactly what he was doing.
Can I have a red or
Based
black
on
pen or
his
something?
knowledge of being a prosecutor.
Oh, I think I'll take the red one. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's right there. Thanks.
And sadly, that might be how he gets off of
one
it.
of these, the shots you had of the shooters and their line blown out. Can you step down here, please? And then the point. You stand over here.
And we know that because there isn't a soul in the world that thinks somebody 5'2" was in there shooting them. Okay?
And so, explain to the jury why they've got to be 5'2". This is blown up. Why would it be 5'2"? I mean, how if this guy moves forward this way, or either one of them move forward, what happens to the barrel of the gun?
Yeah, so what happens is if you move them forward, they can be taller up until a point where we talked about before.
Thank you,
At some point in time, even shooting from the hip, you still have to be very close to the quail pin. If I move them back, either 2 things have to happen. They have to be even shorter than 5'2", or they have to be in some unnatural or kind of like an unreasonable shooting position. I mean, obviously you have somebody laying on the ground taking
Not
a shot.
Corvallis, but
of any kind,
Eugenie.
right? So, but what I'm doing here is that as you move these people back, the gun has to be lower and lower and lower to the ground. When you move it forward, the gun has to be higher. So
I mean, you guys all get what they're saying here. It's not really complicated. For example, just take that. Let's just say that was the bullet trajectory right there, right? And see how it's going down? And let's say the shot came from behind this rod right here, right? So if I went like this, and I extended it out, that means if the shooter, if it was way back here, would have to have been fired the gun from, 10 inches off the ground up that way. Or if they were much closer, if they were like that, the gun would be down low but still more reasonable, right? So that's kind of what he's doing. I mean, he should have used something like this to, once he had the character set up, and then put the rod, and then you could sort of simulate the firing of the bullet like that, you know. That's what I would do if I was doing that. And same thing with all of these. For example, at some point, because that one's down way over here somewhere, it'll be almost in the ground. And he talks about that.
But then you start looking at, well, where are the shell casings? The shell casings are here. So if you move a person back, let's say where they're laying on the ground, right, and they're shooting like in a sniper position, like on their elbows and laying down flat, there's no shell casings back there, because the shell casings are being ejected to the right, maybe to the back, we don't really know. But at least it's going to be back here. This area where Maggie's body was
frozen.
found, where the collection of empty shell casings are found.
Glad I made you laugh.
Close range, but some of them are spread over here, is going to put the shooter here. Well, it certainly puts the weapon there. And then what you have to do is go through the thought process of how can somebody hold the weapon.
Chewbacca! I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to. Thank you, Matthew Ludovico.
That height off the ground.
Okay, now if you've got a tall person and they're coming this way towards the quail pen, let's say a 6'3", 6'4" person, can they? How close would they have to be to the quail pen to shoot the bullet at that angle into the quail pen?
Well, it would be difficult. It wouldn't be either a hip shot or a shoulder shot. You would have to, for somebody who's tall, because again, I have a tape measure, but the hole in the quail pen is at 4'2". Okay, so
we got one right there.
So let's just say, see a sticker or something.
Can you what, a sticker?
But I believe he has two different trajectory rods from the quail pin. The same hole
so
and everything.
Quail pin shot is right here.
If I'm seeing that right. Are you? Do you think that's right, Dan? That there's two different rods going into the same hole, just to give you a range?
Right, so it's going 3 degrees up. So I'm saying that's about flat. Let's just say that's 3 degrees. Now I'm standing at the quail pin. I would have to do like that, or I could do this, right? Not from the hip. I'd have to come in here like this, which of course is possible, right? Just like that.
What about 6'4"?
And if you're 6'4", it would be, a lot taller than I am. And so
yeah, see, he messes up a lot when he's talking. Like he doesn't remember which way the thing goes. So yeah, you'd be up high and shooting.
So you would have to go through that thought process of how the shooter could
and of course, as you come back on the quail pen.
Yeah, he meant the other way around. Half the time he's off.
Or back here.
Yes, there's empty shell casings. There's some right by the body. There's one underneath the body, and then I believe it's 2, 3, and 4 are here. 5, 6, and 7 are here, but 2, 3, and 4 are here. Like the shells are being ejected to the right and maybe slightly backwards.
And so, can you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that whoever shot this shot, or these shots, well, first of all, the quail pen shot, was 5'2" to 5'4"?
That is the most likely explanation. Yes.
Okay. No, it's not the most likely explanation. And the reason it's not most likely is because it's not as likely that there's a 5'2" guy running around shooting people as it is to someone just holding the gun down low. Hold on.
And we know that Alec is 6'4".
Yes.
So could you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that Alec Murdaugh on the night of June 7th did not fire that shot into the quail pen?
In my opinion, it's very unlikely that he fired that shot.
Okay, now, in reviewing the SWED file, did you see whether or not they did any analysis like this? Have you seen any charts, any pharaohs, anything indicating that SWED ever looked at these shot angles before?
No.
Okay, go ahead and take it. This is probably going to go probably another hour before I'm done. I just look at see it's 1 o'clock. I don't know if you want me to continue or do you want to take a lunch break?
We can break for lunch now. That's what you want to do?
Sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So I'm almost done with the quail pen and the doghouse, but I got to tell you, over lunch I was thinking about how to demonstrate a little more graphically what you're saying. Your Honor, may I take this weapon out of its box?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I keep it pointed upwards. Do you recognize this? Do you know what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the, I think it's like an exemplar 300 blackout rifle.
And this is the weapon, or weapon
Thank
like
you,
this
Dream
that
of
the
High.
shooter would have had.
Yes.
Based on trajectory only. I would have thought there would have to be video or something as well.
Yeah, and plus you don't know if the bullet ricocheted, creating a different angle. This whole thing about the shooter has to be 5'2" is ludicrous, okay?
Okay, so I'm trying to sort of get a visual of. So I'm not 5'2" or 5'4". I think you said 5'3" or 5'4". But position me. Tempting, but
I mean, he is so careless with guns. It's ridiculous. But he was aiming it right at the prosecutor, and then he said, "Tempting." Pretty funny. Pretty funny.
I don't know how I can do this, so I'm not pointing at somebody. I guess what we do is we need to come back here. Okay, so position me as that shooter would be. I'm trying to figure out where. How would the hold the gun up here?
The judge said, "Are you threatening murdering somebody in my courtroom?"
Push it down on the hip. Your wrist will have to bend.
This wrist.
Right.
Like this?
Yeah, and obviously you could crouch in some sort of a shooter stance, but that's
not much lower than this.
That's going to be variable, yes.
Okay, and as I approach the quail pen, the gun has to go up.
It stays the same angle, right? But for different height people, the gun has to get higher and higher, right? Like that.
And if I go backwards, it's got to get lower and lower.
Right, because if you walked up to the quail pen, the hole's 50 inches above the ground, which is right here.
So I'd have to be like
slightly
that.
down, right?
Like this?
For your height, right? About like a little bit lower, about like that.
At the quail pen.
At the quail pen. So you can see if you back
where
up,
was
you get lower and
Harpootlian that day?
and lower. Not like, but the gun has to stay the same angle.
Oh, so it's got to be up, but I go down.
You go down.
Or get shorter.
To put the barrel on that green line.
So if I'm 6'4".
See, here's the thing. This guy, for being an engineer, it's one of the least scientific explanation of trajectory and all the stuff I've ever seen in my life. I mean, later he talks about how a bullet going through a window, he looked through the window and sort of pictured where somebody's arm might be, and, I think it went over there, and it was just really dumb.
And you measured Alex's foot to knee.
Right.
So where would this gun be placed on me if I'm 6'4"?
Well, if you're 6'4", your hip is going to be about 46 inches. This will be about right here.
Okay.
It's 46.
Right.
And so you've got your trigger hand
right
about where your hip is. So it would have to be, your trigger hand is going to have to be up where I'm pinching the tape measure.
And this is how far away from the quail pen?
Well, it could be anywhere, but if you raise it some more, a little bit lower, right? So then, if you're at the quail pen, the hole is right here, right? You need to shoot from the hip.
Have to shoot like that?
Yeah, you'd have to shoot lower.
Now, from back where you say the lines converge, I think you'd have to be pretty low, right?
Yes, it has to be very low. That's why it's to get a position that would be either shooting or aiming,
right?
Or a basic shooting position. You need to be shorter. If you're bending over in some other body position, that may be maybe somewhat of an awkward shooting position. Then you can be taller, right? You can be taller than 5'2" to 5'4".
But his, I think you told us his foot to knee was 25 inches.
25 inches.
It's funny. This is the guy over here that does the cross-examination. He's like twitching out of frustration over here. It's funny.
And would it be proportionally for me?
Proportionally for you, your trigger hand is going to have to be about down where your kneecap is.
Right here?
About like that, right? And then point upwards 3 degrees. That would be the equivalent of somebody who's 6'4" in the area where the two-shot lines cross, shooting into the quail pen. They would be holding the gun like that if they were on their feet.
Okay, thank you. Please take a stand.
That was complete bullshit right there, that whole thing. Let's hit that like button, everybody. Thank you very much.
Based on the angles.
Even you trolls out there, do something for me.
Basically, trigonometry is what you're saying. you say the shooter would have been between 5'2" and 5'4", and back to have the ejected shells in the appropriate place. You've marked that place on this sketch where these two folks are. That's sort of the range.
Yes, and you can see some of the ejected shells, but they're right beside the body,
Right.
just off where I've got the yellow sticky.
Okay.
That is the area where you have, I believe, 2, 3, and 4. So 3 empty, 300 blackout cases.
Okay. And that would be consistent with the position of the shooters in this position, and based on the angle of the bird cage, they would be somewhere between 5'2" and 5'4".
That is correct.
To have a shot from the hip, the lower part, I mean, almost crouched down.
I think my sub count ticker is stuck. It hasn't moved for days.
Yes.
Now, let's move on in our presentation, and I'm going to try to expedite this a little bit and skip some slides because you and I were too detailed when we talked about this, and it's the afternoon. So let's go with the Paul Murdaugh first shot. Tell us what this is.
So this was, these first pictures are from the night of the murders, and that's inside the feed room. On the south wall of the feed room, there's just a regular window.
And what's that?
Those are pellet holes from the buckshot. There are 9 pellets in buckshot, this particular load of buckshot.
Listen to this crap here.
What did you do?
So what I did,
Next picture, please.
when I looked at there's the window from the outside of the feed room. When I looked at the crime scene pictures, I noticed that one of the buckshot pellets hit a pine tree, and SLED took a picture of that damage to the bark of the pine tree. And so when I was there's like a stand of pine trees that have been planted behind the kennels.
Right.
And so what I did, there are 9 pellets, but the pellets had already spread out by the time they went through the window. In fact, there was 1 pellet still wedged in the windowsill itself.
That you found?
That I found. But there was a tree and it had some ivy on it, but it had damage. And so what I did was I located that damaged tree and put a mark on it. Just put some yellow tape there. I went back in the feed room. If you look at the pictures of the feed room, there are some bloody footprints from tennis shoes. And it's just as I believe it was Chief Deputy Kinsey talked about, Paul being about midway in the room. That's the approximate location. So I stood there, but I knew Paul got shot in the chest. So I lowered my head about eye to chest level, and I looked through each hole until I saw the tape on the tree, which is where the sap was coming out, where the pellet had hit it. So I determined which hole in the window belonged to that pellet. And then what I did, instead of using a trajectory rod laser in the daytime, I did the old school method, which I stretched a neon pink string from the damage of the tree through the hole in the window, out the door. Because from what I've understood, this shot was taken within 30 feet or so because of those sticking on this one here. So what I did was I basically took the string out as far as you needed to go, and which is what is in that picture there. Yes, that is simply a string. It's pulled tight from the sap coming out of the tree where the buckshot pellet hit it through the hole.
You know, what, he close one eye and then somebody's twirl him around a little bit, and then he gets a stick and trying to point at something
on the window, and then back to the feed room.
What the hell are you talking
I set up a
about?
tripod in the door, so that is the shot line.
You don't know if it is or not.
Of the pellets in the shotgun, and that's where the damage to the tree is.
I mean, it could be right even, but it's just the way he explained it is ludicrous.
And that was the hole in the window that if I stood roughly where Paul was shot in the chest, it was the only hole that lined up with that tree.
Yeah. So it probably makes sense. It's just your explanation.
And that shows basically at the door sill, the threshold of the door to the feed room, the height of the shot, which was at the door sill, it's 3'11".
Okay. Was it on an upward trajectory?
Upward trajectory.
Yeah, so the person went right there, boom, shot him, just
And
like
so,
that.
So what I did there is just to demonstrate it.
Yeah.
Obviously, because there's a string there, can't put the barrel right on the string line like we did in the computer with the green lines. I just held it beside it. I'm 5'10". I have normal shoes on here. That's the stance that I would have to take to shoot.
Well, you can get a trajectory of that pellet because it hit the window and then it goes out the window and hits something. So there, it shows you the line from the window to the tree, but it's hard to know which pellet it was because it is a shotgun. And then, you'd have to figure out where was Paul standing, his height, and where the entrance wound came in using him. Basically what you, well, let's see. Let's open up another one of my models here really quick. I'll just save that one for now. Just a second. I'm gonna picture it with oh, I don't know. Do I have the Paul? Yeah, the Paul one is this one. So that's the one that hit him in the arm. Do I have that? Yeah, so I thought it was going downward, but maybe it's an upward angle. So I'd have to go about like this. Yeah, so that kind of works. So it'd be like at this angle, Paul's in that feed room. So that shot we just saw, and then boom, it blasts through the arm and then goes out that window that would be over here, and then into a tree further out to the side there.
That string.
So Paul's
So,
right there.
What height would that hit Paul in the chest on that trajectory?
That's like about right at my hip or so. Yeah, maybe just a little bit lower than my hip if you look at the butt of the gun. And I'm 5'10".
You're how tall?
5'10".
So it's somebody not 5'2" to 5'4",
I'm not sure why I had
somebody
that
slightly
at
taller.
that angle anyway.
Right,
I knew it went out the window.
or moving the gun up and down again. There's a variable here, of course. Okay. And then what I did was demonstrate, because there have been some talk. Well, that's me standing. Again, I'm fairly comparable in height to Paul Murdaugh, and what I did was I just let the string touch where the wound is in his chest, the entry wound. And if you look where my feet are, you'll see I'm just beyond the door, which is right where the bloody footprints are. So another way of confirming that this all makes sense here.
And those are the bloody footprints?
Those are the bloody footprints. That's about where I'm standing when this picture of me was taken.
I mean, it's not like a ridiculous thing. It's just the way he's describing it. Like, oh, you don't need to mention that you just sort of stood there and looked through. Best thing that would have been was, what I did was I took a string from the tree, pulled it through the, each of the holes that were in the window in this one, and then pull the string tight, and look how it goes right under my left arm when it's here. So that's the reverse angle of the gun. I mean, boom, everybody went, yeah, got it. Instead, you're going, oh, I just kind of looked through the hole and saw something.
The string going through, we're within
what I'm saying?
A few inches or so. And then the idea there, that would be, inconsistent with, say, somebody my height. I think there's one more picture here just to drive the point home. Like if I shouldered a shotgun and shot into the feed room, that wouldn't work. The gun needs to be lower. So similar concepts as we said before, but just done a different way.
Good night, Tosh.
Okay.
Hey, and thanks for pushing
let's talk a little bit
the
about,
like
before we get
button
into
and everything.
acoustical testing. Let's talk a little bit about
Thanks,
the
Tosh.
second
Appreciate
shot
it.
on Paul.
Yes.
And I believe you watched my cross-examination of Deputy Kinsey, correct?
Testifying tomorrow will be Zandra the Psychic, straight out of New Orleans. She's coming in. She had some visions on the case. We'll see what she has to say.
And his testimony was...
Objection.
Do you remember what his testimony was?
Yes.
Go ahead.
He analyzed the data and physical evidence, and he was thinking that the shot was about 135 degrees relative to the ground, and maybe plus or minus 5 degrees, and that he took a height for Paul's shoulder about 4'7". He was going between a couple of data points that he had, and so he had 4'7", and then what you have to consider is that basically that's 90 degrees, and then so 135 is here. It's 90 plus 45, so it's a 45-degree angle into the shoulder. But the consideration was that they didn't see any stippling on Paul's shoulder, so you have to back the weapon up. And typically, you're looking at 3 feet or less for stippling. He opined that, well, maybe it was 2 feet because it wouldn't work out. And the reason it wouldn't work out, if you back up a normal size shotgun 3 feet to get no stippling, it puts the butt of the gun under the concrete or through the concrete. So of course that wouldn't work.
Right.
Yeah.
So he had to adjust the distance for stippling.
Right. He said, well, maybe it didn't work out that way. So maybe 2 feet. The correct way to do that, of course, though, would be to test the shotgun or the ammunition, at least, because we don't have the shotgun, but test the ammunition.
Or just eyeball
stippling
it,
at 3 feet or 2 feet.
Just eyeball it and call it
That would be the
good.
correct way to do that. But if you take 3 feet of stippling, which is what the state medical examiner, Ms. Reimer, testified to. If you take 3 feet in a normal size shotgun, that 135 doesn't work because the butt of the gun will be into the concrete, or below the ground.
And I think he and I may have demonstrated that with a little red dot.
Yes, you did a hand-drawn exhibit.
Okay, so you would disagree with his assessment that the 45-degree angle shot was possible with a normal size shotgun, and adopting Dr. Reamer's 3 feet, for there not to be stippling, it'd have to be 3 feet or further.
Correct, it doesn't work out dimensionally.
Okay, so now tell us about acoustical testing, and as briefly as possible.
Okay, so I was asked a question, which is, if a person is in the main house, would they be able to hear gunshots at the kennels? And so the way that you do this is you do acoustical testing, and I could spend a long time talking about this, but you guys probably don't want to hear all of this, but let me just tell you in general how this is done. So what happens is when you have,
I'll liven it up for you,
gunshots,
Paulette. I'll do some of these.
Gunshot probably only lasts about 10 milliseconds. It's very loud. The threshold of pain is about 140 decibels. Now, when you move 10 decibels, like 140 to 150, it's twice as loud. So you'll see what I recorded these weapons with a special instrument, and you'll see how loud they are. And the idea is that will the sound attenuate, decrease enough when it reaches the house? And there are a lot of considerations. I consider there's a little grove of trees. You don't have a hard reflecting surface. It's pasture and trees and sand. You also have a well-built house, double pane windows.
I would call this guy like a jack of all trades, but an expert of nothing.
Wood paneling.
In my opinion.
It's going to have at least a normal.
In my opinion.
A normal sound attenuation properties. In other words, if you shut all your windows, you shut all your doors, there's a noise outside. Depending on how loud that is, you may not hear it. So what I did was I set up testing. It's the same testing. It's called military standard 1474. That the military has concerns about soldiers firing weapons and causing hearing damage. They want to know how often.
Well, the state on their rebuttal is going to bring in that same guy that was just a kick-ass forensic guy the other day, and he's just going to reverse everything that this guy tried to do.
And can we send them to the range, or what kind of hearing protection? How many rounds can they fire?
He was in the stand listening.
So I just set up the testing. And
the prosecution's expert on the gunshots and everything, he was in the gallery listening to this guy. And he got the hell out of there.
And in a nutshell, the blackout rifle, we got an exemplar blackout, same ammunition involved in this case. We got 12-gauge shotgun. We got birdshot. We got buckshot. Basically, the shotgun is around 155 dB.
dB
is decibel.
Okay.
And when we measure sound, it's not on a regular scale. Though they're talking in a normal voice. You just can't hear them because your background is too high.
This whole decibel thing is a total joke. Put a 1 if you think Alex was taking a nap inside the house. Who cares if he couldn't hear the gunshot from the house? It's like a complete waste of time here.
They're talking in a voice like I am. Without the microphone, it'd be about 70 dB, which a rock concert's 110 dB, right? So all we're doing here is we're comparing sound. I did the testing.
That's right, Brianna.
And also went back and just used the theoretical calculations for the propagation of sound to make sure that my results, which I took on January the 5th of this year, were the same as the results that you would have gotten if you would have done the testing.
Was he in the
June
mobile
7th,
home now?
2021. You have to take into account humidity,
Okay,
pressure, the wind direction, those types of things. So I did that.
So what does this slide depict?
So that's an overhead shot of Moselle. From the center of the dog kennels, the area where all the evidence is, to the center of the house, the main house at Moselle, it's 1,142 feet, so 1,142 feet.
Okay, but as a crow flies.
As a crow flies.
Okay, next.
I've seen some
And
pretty
this is
crooked flying crows.
Looking past the doghouse to the kennels?
Yes, so you're looking towards the kennels.
See, I like some of these shots here where you finally get to see stuff. I would have been able to make a model of this damn thing if we had got some of this early.
The door on the right end of the kennels is the feed room. That's the area where Paul's body was found. And then the doghouse is there. What I'm showing here is that there is a backdrop to this area, which is vegetation and trees. For reasonably close distances, you have to take into account the vegetation and the trees. At longer distances, the sound can carry. Because the sound, when I shoot the gun, the sound is going to expand like you're blowing up a bubble, right? It's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. But the bigger that bubble gets, the weaker it gets, just like the sound. And eventually it goes away.
What can affect sound, sir?
What does this depict?
That's looking back towards the house to show, you can't see the house here, but that's looking straight back towards the house to show that.
Yeah, see, these are the pictures I was like, what are we looking at here? But here's something that during, when I was watching the show, I was watching live on Fitz News. Let me show you something. I've got the, yeah. So you guys remember the other day, the video that was outside the house where they were collecting shells? You remember that? They were just outside the porch collecting shells. But look at this. You can see the where the tractors are kept. You can see the almost half the height of the barn over there, right? So you could see it all during that time. But this guy took this picture a year and a half later and did this test a year and a half later. So of course the sound won't travel. But why even get bogged down into it? Because it doesn't matter. He was down at the freaking kennels at 8:44. They were killed 6 minutes later. He was down there already. He didn't go back up to the house. Okay? But look at that. You can't see a damn thing now. That's pointing at the house, but look at the trees grew up.
If you were going to do some calculations, you have to take into account there is a barrier of trees in the way.
Okay, next. All right, what is this device?
All right, that is a sound pressure level meter, and it's a type 1, which is a high precision. Normally, when you're recording sound is somewhat continuous, and you can use a high-grade meter. This is a special meter that's designed to capture gunshots because you're talking 20 microseconds, thousandths of a second, the rise of that pressure wave of shooting a gun. So you have both the gases escaping from the gun and you have the sonic boom of the bullet leaving the gun. So it's complex noise, and you have to have a meter that is fast enough to catch it, and that's what that meter is. Yes.
Next. What is that?
That's a little weather station I had, so I was recording the weather before and after the testing because I knew that I was going to go back and pull the weather history for the night of the murders and just see what kind of correction factors needed to be applied to my testing.
Just curiosity, if the humidity was high that night but low then, how do you adjust that?
Well, there are charts and tables. It's just standard conversion, right? And the humidity was higher in June than it was when I did it in January. The temperature was about the same. Humidity was different.
But you got tables and charts, calculations, it's physics, or what it is.
For the results of this, all of these modifications or adjustments that you would make really don't make a difference because the results were so far apart. Like what you would have to be able to hear a gunshot inside the house, it really didn't matter. You didn't have to make the corrections for temperature and stuff that I did anyway.
That just shows where you had that instrument set up. Next. Again, picture where the instrument set up. Next. So why do you have a measuring item there between?
So what you're doing, I took a piece of dental floss, tied it to the muzzle, and then anchored it so that I knew that the muzzle was 1 meter, it's a little over a yard from the microphone. And the reason you do that is that, so you fire this gun, and let's say it's 165 dB. So for every doubling of distance, it's going to lose 6 dB, 6 decibels. So at 1 meter, it's 165. At 2 meters.
I don't even still understand why they recorded the sound there.
It's going to be 159. At 4 meters, it's going to be 153, and so on, because every doubling of distance, that's theoretical. Then you have to add correction factors, but that's
this is to ensure that your response, if you're recording your calculations, are as accurate as possible.
Correct. I'm just following the mil standard here.
What standard?
It's a military.
Oh, the military standard now. Ooh, boy. Woo-hoo. Wow, he's using military standard? Holy crap. Everything he said now is true.
Oh, the United States military standard. Talked about before. Okay, next. That would be the ammunition you use?
These slides are just showing what I used to do the testing. So this is the 300 blackout.
Next. Is that a 300 blackout shell?
Yes.
Bullet? Okay, next. That would be the 300 blackout?
Yes.
Next. That would be the shotgun?
Yes.
12 gauge?
Yes.
Okay, next. That would be the buckshot you used?
Yes.
Next. Okay, and that would be the bird shot, the turkey load bird shot?
Yes.
You used, right?
Yes.
Next.
Oh, yeah.
Bird shot?
Yes.
You used, right?
Yes.
Next. And this is the inside of the house?
That's inside the den of the house, and what I did there was I took background readings. In the quiet house, it's really quiet because you're way out in the country there. I mean, there's no traffic. So it was about 35 decibels in the house, which is...
I took background readings, too. Let me see if I can hear something. Hold on. Stupid! Killing a little body to get my... That shit. I heard it. You guys heard that, too, didn't you?
I believe the air was working. The refrigerator was running, but it was very quiet. And then so what I did was I set up some equipment there to measure the background. We also, of course, we turned on the TV to normal volume. So that's up around 68 dB, 70 dB, depending on how you want to listen to it. We put a movie in, and I just had that. So 2 background levels in the house. And then the next question is, when you fire a gun at the kennels, do you hear it? Do you not hear it? How loud is it?
Okay, next.
Bazby.
So, what is that?
Well, we shot the blackout out around the doghouse. And then we shot the shotgun into the feed room, out of the feed room, and then with the muzzle outside the feed room. So we shot into the feed room, we shot out of the
Wait, what's this thing over here, if that's the feed room? I don't get it. Is that something new here? What is that?
the feed. So we're just trying to figure out, is there anything about the shape of the feed room that really changes the character of the shot. The takeaway is yes, it muffles the sound if you shoot into the feed room. It's not hard to understand. But the blackout was much louder than the shotgun.
And it was shot over by the doghouse where the shell casings were found?
Yes.
Okay. And that is what you shot in the feed room?
Yes, it's a ballistic gel dummy. It gave us something to shoot into.
Okay. Next. I'm not quite sure what that is.
It's just pictures just showing the testing.
Okay.
Same.
Okay, next. And this is the various indoor
I'm confused.
and outdoor
I don't even know what
sound.
I'm looking at there.
And could you, rather than reading all of this, could you sort of give us an overview of, are these the results of those shots you made?
No, this is just actually just from the literature. If there was a discussion about different decibel levels, but vacuum cleaner 70 decibels.
Okay.
Yeah, quiet conversation 55. A dishwasher in the
Wow.
next room is 50. And on and on. From
Okay.
loud noises to soft noises.
Next.
I think that's just a blow up of the last slide.
Okay, so what does all that mean?
Just as a comparison to my numbers, these are other people's test numbers, basically done the same way I did it. And you have a bunch of rifles, and they're between, you have 166 decibels, 163, 161, and therefore, so basically your rifles all the way down to a 22.
25.
which is
When you
like
combine the ratios
But if
with
you're shooting
combined
a
with an
rifle,
equilibrium state,
with a decent
you
size
put it into a
cartridge,
convalescent
then you're looking at
structure
something from
using
160
3
to
ionization
165.
processes. Yeah.
This is a similar chart of
Wow,
other
this
people's
guy.
work doing the same thing. And for shotguns, and basically your shotguns are going to be 150 to 160 dB, so not as loud as a rifle. A little bit quieter, but obviously 12 gauge
Nobody really needs to know this whole thing. It's, do you hear it or not?
still is a loud gun.
Next. Okay, here's your results.
These are my results. So basically the blackout was right at 165 dB, and the shotgun was at 155.
Yes, when you correlate the dB not only to the ratios that are combined with the factual statistics found within the high caliber ratio velocity correlation systems, you'll see that there are very few variances that are combined to collate into what we like to call a synergistic. That's what this guy sounds like. I didn't say anything right there whatsoever. I literally said absolutely nothing, and that's what this guy sounds like.
5 dB. So the results that I got from the testing were in line with testing that other people have been doing.
Okay,
But it sounded really cool, didn't it? I mean, it was like,
Okay, so-
wow, that is.
You want us to play this?
Sure.
Go ahead. What is it?
This is an audio file.
Yeah.
I can present numbers, graphs. But what I did here, just to get the point across, and here's the bottom line. This will be the 300 blackout fired in the loudest direction, because we tried north, south, east, west, but this is fired in the loudest direction. I'm sitting in the den. The doors and windows are shut. TV's not on, so it's as quiet as it possibly can be. And I'm sitting there
What is
listening
that
for the
one
shot.
quietly
But you
frozen?
can gauge the sound of the shot.
Wow, I haven't seen
And
that one before.
I've got a microphone now, but I'm talking on this audio recording the same way I'm talking right now.
Play it, please.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm going to give you a countdown, and then you let Michael shoot, and then go ahead and mute your phone, please. 3, 2, 1, shoot.
I heard it.
All right.
Didn't you guys? That was loud as
So
hell.
it was about 1 second before I said, all right.
You get to
So
do it again.
you could barely hear it. We were all listening for it. So if you were in the house, even if you were walking around, you wouldn't hear that. I could barely hear it, and I was listening.
Can
for
you hear it
So what
over the
tells you is
ambient
that the sound
noise?
inside the house is right at that background level? It's kind of sitting right in your background of the quiet house. And so if you were doing any kind of activity, certainly if you had a TV on.
No, you
which
can't
would be
really hear that very
over
well.
10 dB is twice as loud. So it's 35 if you've got the TV on.
Like when Scout and
There's no
Dude
way
went
you
to
could
the
hear that.
bridge, that truck sound.
And your
Unbelievable.
professional acoustical opinion, more probably than not, as to whether somebody in that house, without the TV on, not listening for it, would hear that those shots, those blackout shots down at the dog pen.
I do.
And what is it?
You would not be able to hear it.
And the shotgun, I assume, is quieter, so it'd be even less of an opportunity to hear that.
Yep. There were times we fired the shotgun in a quiet house and you couldn't hear it at all.
That's a few more questions. Any more slides?
I think there's some more slides, but I think we've covered the acoustics, unless you want to get more.
Well, I can, no, keep going. I don't think we need to do that. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. That's it? No? Good. Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence a printout of that. Yeah.
No objection. Submitted without objection.
This would be exhibit number 140. Okay, now let's go to one last matter. And you indicated you've done accident reconstruction.
Yes.
And I have a number of questions about, I I guess, all mostly physics. But let me ask you, you've seen this document before. You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, don't tell me what it is yet. Any objection? This graph created under your supervision?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's another one, which is 142. Yeah, here we go. So we offer 141 and 142 into evidence.
Rise there.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a dip, then it rises all the way up. It's a little bit over
God.
60 miles an hour there. It's right before the dip in the middle. The dip in the middle is when he sent a text message. So just slight slowing. No, back.
Hold on.
And
The Jabberwock with eyes aflame came swiftly
so what
through.
does this depict?
This is a graph of the
Foldy
speed
woods
of
and
Mr. Murdaugh's Suburban, and
thumping
this is
as
from the
he
trip
came.
from Moselle to his parents' house.
And that would be on the night of June 7th?
Yes, and each one of those little vertical lines, the blue lines, represents 3 seconds.
Okay.
Yes, that's 141 there.
Right. And at 9:07, has he left Moselle? Have you independently checked the data behind this and determined where he was at 9:07?
Yes.
Where was he?
On the chart, he would be that first rise there.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a dip, then it rises all the way up. It's a little bit over 60 miles an hour there. It's right before the dip in the middle. The dip in the middle is when he sent a text message. So just slight slowing. No, back over.
What
back,
the hell
back,
are they
back.
talking about here? What?
No objections.
To rewind it? What is this stuff?
That's 142. Okay. Hold on to both of those. So 141 is speed from Moselle to Alameda, which I guess maybe we don't have that on the computer. Do we?
Oh,
Let me put
this-
this on the overhead. Let's start with 141. Can I have the Elmo, please?
What does this guy have to do with the sound going to Alameda? It doesn't make any sense.
And okay. So what does this depict?
This is a graph of the speed of Mr. Murdaugh's Suburban, and this is from the trip from Moselle to his parents' house.
And that would be on the night of June 7th?
Yes, and each one of those little vertical lines, the blue lines, represents 3 seconds.
Okay.
See, now he's doing something totally outside of, I mean, another discipline?
Yes, that's 141 there.
Right. And at 9:07, has he left Moselle? Have you independently checked the data behind this and determined where he was at 9:07?
Yes.
Where was he?
On the chart, he would be that first rise there.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a dip, then it rises all the way up. It's a little bit over 60 miles an hour there. It's right before the dip in the middle. The dip in the middle is when he sent a text message. So just slight slowing. No, back over. Back. Right, that little dip right there.
Right.
So 9:07 is going to be right before you get to that dip.
Okay.
Right, so he slowed down to throw the phone, yeah.
So this graph starts at 9:07, does it not?
Yes.
Okay. So it means that he is in Moselle at 9:07?
Yes.
Okay. Questions are confusing. After he leaves there, does he slow down? I mean, after he turns onto the Moselle Highway, does he slow down at all for any point until minutes down the road?
Not until he's down the road. He's building speed. When he passes that, what you just asked, the cell phone location, he's passing through the mid-40s.
Did it slow down at where Maggie's cell phone is on the side of the road?
Correct.
It was actually accelerating a little bit. Like, I think 42 to 43.
Thanks, Dream of a Huh?
Title just now.
Yeah.
Love it, totally worth the extra donation smile.
Well, thank you.
Before something like that. I'm sorry.
Sustained.
Is that about right?
Did you see the thumbnail?
So as he drove past, I think you testified that.
Come on, you guys probably skipped over the thumbnail. Let me look. I mean, you don't think that is like a high quality thumbnail? I mean, that is the greatest freaking thumbnail you've ever seen at this point. Okay, come on, give me a break.
Cell phone was thrown out on the side of the road. Tell us approximately what he was doing. Was he accelerating, decelerating, stopping? What was he doing?
He was speeding up. So he's speeding up from, 42, 43, 44, 45 miles per hour as he goes through that area.
Any indication he
Well,
stopped?
thanks,
and slowed
LM.
down?
I didn't even read if anybody liked it or not.
So you study physics, or you actually testify about physics. if someone were throwing a phone from a moving vehicle,
Thanks, Mac. WNC Granny.
and I believe you went down and looked at the area where Maggie's phone was found, right?
Yes.
Would there be any, describe for me the kinetics of that?
Objection, beyond the scope of his expertise.
Beyond the scope of what?
Couldn't hear your objection.
Objection, beyond the scope of his expertise.
Response?
Yes, sir, he is a mechanical engineer. We're talking about a mechanical motion. He's done accident reconstructions where they have to determine the motions of certain objects during that wreck. And perhaps I could even ask him, are you confident you can give us an expert opinion on how a moving object would move if thrown from a moving car? Now, you've also done, looked at a number of crime scene photos, correct?
Yes.
And you understand where Maggie's body was?
Yes.
And you understand where Paul's body was?
Yes.
Would a vehicle, first of all, tell me the typical headlights, the headlights on a Suburban, how far out would they go? How far out would you be able to see with them?
Well, it depends on the object that you're looking at, though. Low beams, modern low beams. Which would be
Oh, come on, you can't like
you'd be able to see about
psychics,
250 feet in front
D-smiles,
of the
they
vehicle along
suck.
the ground.
Jeez.
What about the width of the vision?
Yeah, there'll be a spread out to the side as the headlight beam pattern bends around it, maybe 20 feet or so on either side of the vehicle.
Bloodsuckers.
Depends on whether it's the left or the right, and it depends on the color of the objects on the ground. But yes, the area in front of the Suburban would be well lit.
And I believe you saw the Suburban's placement in the photos after the police officers arrived, correct?
Well, yeah, I have seen the photographs, and I also have seen the path that the Suburban took by the GPS points as it drove up to the kennels.
And based on those, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Alec Murdaugh, if he was driving that vehicle, would have been able to see?
Objection, beyond the scope of his expertise.
I need to hear the complete question before entertaining an objection.
Based on
You could tell the judge was a little perturbed.
your knowledge of the function of the headlights on a motor vehicle, do you ever look at that in terms of
Oh, you like physics? Okay, I was like, I mentioned psychics earlier. I didn't read it quick enough. I mean, I read it too fast and kept doing the thing.
motor vehicle accidents that you investigate?
I look at it all the time, car pedestrian accidents.
Okay.
It's a well-known area of study.
Oh, okay.
So would you have?
Yeah, I like physics too. Yeah.
Given a
That was actually the first thing in math that I was interested in college. It actually made sense, you know.
opinion as to what someone would be able to see with their headlights.
Yes.
You do it all the time.
Yes.
So do you have an
Yeah,
opinion?
this was an 8-hour show, Quietly Frozen. But hey, thank you so much again. Thank you. Yeah, it was 8 hours of trial or more, but I condensed it down to 3 hours and 30 minutes, and we're already at 2:23, so only an hour left.
To a degree of mechanical engineering, more probably than not, whether Alec Murdaugh would have been able to see Paul and Maggie's bodies as he pulled up.
Objection. Calls for speculation beyond the scope.
Sorry,
and
D.
no
Smiles.
foundation laid for that line
I
of question.
misread what you
Sustain the
wrote.
objection.
Okay. You looked at the photographs of the scene, right?
Yes.
You looked at the GPS data to see where that vehicle pulled initially, right?
Yes.
I'm talking about the Suburban.
Yes.
You routinely take that same data in a mechanical and not a mechanical, in a motor vehicle accident. You've been qualified to testify about motor vehicle accidents. They agreed to that. Tell me, would
Good for you, Tina.
someone
Good for you.
driving that vehicle been able to see in their headlights?
Yeah,
the bodies of Paul
I had to
and
watch
Maggie
it all
at
too
that
by
GPS
myself.
location?
Again, I'm going to
And
object, Your
record
Honor.
it.
Same thing. Calls for speculation.
I overrule the objection.
At 1 1/4,
Yes, they
150.
would definitely be available to be seen. I can't say what Mr. Murdaugh saw, but you're talking about
I don't know why you guys do that though, and you can just wait till we do this, right?
objects that are maybe 25 feet in front of the Suburban and directly in front of the Suburban with low beam headlights on flat level ground. It would illuminate the whole area under the shed, between the shed and the kennels, So his headlights would definitely illuminate that area.
Thank you, Portion In your career in investigating motor vehicle accidents, have you ever had the opportunity to look at how objects behave if they are thrown from or broken off from a motor vehicle that's in a wreck?
Sure. The most common thing is, say, a motorcycle rider who hits a car and flies through the air. So there are ways that you can analyze the trajectory. Say an object flying through the air at a certain speed, what happens when that object hits the ground? The other thing that you see, like objects coming off trucks. Unfortunately, things come off trucks all the time, and they bounce on the highway or fall off, and they go through people's windshields. So it's simple ballistics. It's straightforward kinematics of objects moving through some sort of a trajectory, and then also what happens once they strike the ground. How do they slow down? Of course, it depends on the surface, but how does an object slow down once it's flying through the air. Like if a rock comes off a dump truck and the dump truck's going 55, when the rock hits the ground, it's going to be going 55, so it's not just going to stop. It's going to continue traveling until it rolls and tumbles and slows down.
Let me get back to a question. That is, an object this size, the size of my cell phone, if it separated from the vehicle, thrown, fell off, or whatever, on a car that's going, whatever the speed limit, they're 45 miles an hour, and it heads over to where you saw Maggie's phone found, would it rotate more than 45 degrees in the air?
Objection. Speculation. No foundation laid.
He has studied this. This is what he does.
He studied according to what, which seems to be not in dispute by the state, since he was no challenge to his qualifications in any of the areas that you offered him in. The question is whether this calls for speculation.
Are you speculating, or is this based on years of study and physics? I mean, what you do?
No, it would be based on physics.
No speculation there, Your Honor.
You're on right. Permission to approach. Permission to approach.
Permission to what? I'm sorry.
Approach.
So I'll stand for a moment. Yes, you come forward.
Okay, let me see if I can ask this in a very concise way, and then I promise I will sit down. So, objects moving from a moving vehicle, or even moving vehicle, like something this size, if it's going through the air and the car is going 45 miles an hour, will it tumble? Unless it's a spherical object, will it tumble?
Well, it depends on how it's separated, like you said, from the car, or thrown from the car. However it gets away from the car, you need to know that before you know what it's going to do in the air. But the one thing's for sure, it's going to hit the ground at 45 miles per hour, which is 66 feet per second. So as soon as the phone hits the ground, it's going to want to come to a stop, right? So that phone will...
I mean, I think he was right about mass doesn't matter. Because you can take, unless there's wind resistant like a feather, if you took a BB that weighs as much as a feather, the BB will hit the ground first. But if you take a bullet and shoot it out of a gun that is parallel to the ground and place a, marble right in at the muzzle of the gun, and as soon as the bullet leaves the muzzle of the gun and the marble drops at the same second, the marble will hit the ground right there, right in front of you, where the bullet will hit the ground, 1,000 yards away at the same moment that the marble hits the ground. Isn't that weird? I mean, it's kind of an interesting concept, but the gravity affects it the same. So you shoot a bullet out of a gun, it's traveling, let's say 1,100 feet a second. It'll hit the ground at the exact time that the marble fell to the ground, straight out of the end, or that you place at the end of the barrel of the gun. Don't you guys remember that? It was a crazy experiment, but it absolutely is nuts.
It'll tumble and slide. If it was just like grass, just like flat grass, it's going to go about 115 to 120 feet. That's how long it's going to take that phone to slow down from 45 miles per hour. I'm going
to move it forward.
What are we saying?
Well, in the background, there's the field.
All right, I think that's him. Okay. God, they're still talking about that. Okay, now we got the defense, or prosecution cross-examination.
What's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 230. I'm sorry, I keep doing that to you. Is this the side of the? Is this the side of the road that you visited?
It looks like it.
Does that look like it also? States. Sorry, I'm showing you States 231.
Yes, I know there's woods on the east side, and there's an open field on the west side.
And does that look like a shot from the side of the road that you visited on Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. And what are we seeing here in the background? What are we seeing?
Well, in the background, there's the field that's over on the west side of the.
All right, in front of the field, what is that?
That's the roadway.
Okay, and in front of that road, right in front of the road on the picture, the green stuff?
Grass shoulder.
All right, and then at the bottom of the screen, what are we seeing?
It's like vegetation, leaves, sticks.
You'd agree that leaves and grass is fairly soft. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
I think it's right there.
Showing you what's been entered as 232. Different angles. That look at the same road to you?
Yes, that's looking basically north.
And again, grass, right? On the side of the road.
It's like that.
Yes, that's on the west shoulder.
I thought it was on the east side of the road.
All right. When you do sound studies, have you done work? Is it primarily for like OSHA related things, or I know you mentioned some companies? Is that what the sound studies have primarily been for?
It's typically the work that I do now.
It's the sound studies?
Yes, the acoustics measurements that I do typically would be related to train whistles, train horns, emergency vehicles, backup alarms
and
where
horns.
say somebody gets backed over with a truck.
And now he's at a murder trial.
Audibility of backup alarms. I've had audibility of warning alarms inside of a factory. Like, could a worker hear the alarm and then get out of an area that was dangerous? So it's usually emergency signals is typical. I have worked on a criminal case where it wasn't a gunshot, it was a woman screaming. And could a particular, they call them ear witnesses instead of eyewitnesses, but could a particular ear witness hear a woman screaming at a distance?
And would that be for workplace considerations? There was some accident at work and it maybe relates to OSHA?
No, this was a murder case.
Oh, so the other things you mentioned previously, sorry.
No, the other ones, typically are going to be civil litigation, where, you might have a dump truck manufacturer getting sued for not having an audible alarm that's, loud enough, or just plain, or sometimes what happens in a car accident, but like a back over accident, they're saying that the person that got run over should have heard the truck coming and got out of the way, right? So people argue back and forth about who could hear and not hear like a backup alarm.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention now to the sound study that you conducted, and it was in your PowerPoint of your defense exhibit. Referring to defense exhibit 140, and I guess digitally 143.
It's a house!
All right, if you could, please, to page, I believe 75, or exhibit 76. Okay, there you go. All right, and remind me again, and I know it's visual there, but what's the distance between the dog kennels and the house right there?
Straight line distance is 142 feet.
1,140?
Oh, what did I say?
I think you said 140.
Oh, yeah,
1,
no, it's like 1,150 feet. Let's just call it 1,150. 1,150.
All right. And that's
really, you said 1142,
right? Yes.
though.
Okay.
I mean, so now you're
please continue
kind of vague
over
and
to exhibits.
Thanks,
Just
Ellen.
fast forward for me. Sorry, I'm trying to find the number.
They do make a difference. Everything makes a difference.
Exhibit 1. Just if you keep going, I'll stop you on the 300 blackout. All right, this ammunition. What kind of ammunition is that?
300 blackout, 147 grain, full metal jacket.
Okay. And do you know who the manufacturer of that is?
It looks like Cellier and Below.
Okay. All right. And that's the ammunition you used on the 300 blackout test?
Yes.
All right. If you would fast forward a
Looks
couple.
more like an R.
And this is this your rifle?
No.
Okay. Is this a person's rifle that was working for you?
No. This was a lawyer. The lawyer Jim Griffin provided the two weapons.
Okay.
The lawyer Jim Griffin provides the two weapons. Oh boy.
Did you yourself actually fire these weapons?
No, an engineer in my office, his name's Michael Whitley. So since I was running the acoustic equipment up in the house, then Michael Whitley was the one that actually pulled the trigger.
And are you familiar with this type of firearm?
Yes.
All right, what is that?
Well, it's a 300 blackout, which is the name of the ammunition. And so basically what it is an AR-15 style rifle with a shorter barrel. And when they shortened the barrel, they needed a specially designed ammo for it, so it would be efficient. In other words, it's the type of weapon that might be used in close quarters, so it's shorter and you can move around and maneuver. But when you cut the barrel down to say 8 or 9 inches, you need to chamber a different round. That's basically what this is.
And is it actually, are you aware it's actually considered a pistol for purposes of government identifications?
I don't know if this particular one is considered a pistol or not. Like I said, I'm not a gun expert. But,
that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, if you would please fast forward to, there you go. All right, this, reverse one please, thank you. All right, this picture, what are we looking at?
That's the ammunition, that's the buckshot that we used.
All right, and is there a reason you chose this particular brand?
The Winchester was similar to the brand of ammunition used.
What kind of ammunition is this type?
It's
Yeah, it's always best to just get the exact ammunition and everything like that. I mean, now it's like, oh, you didn't even test it with the same sound, bullets and everything. I mean, we don't know if the sound's different or not. You have to redo that test.
a 12 gauge buckshot. It's like 2 3/4 inch shells. I want to say that the buckshot.
And by the way, the notebooks, I just got an email today that they were just sent. So if you want one of the new notebooks with the red border, you send 25 on PayPal. You also get one of the freak stress balls. All right? All right. I know. You can't wait. I've got about 12 or 14 people already waiting, but as soon as I get them, I'll ship them out.
The Murdaugh was maybe a 3-inch shell, but this is a similar load.
So similar but not the same?
That's correct.
And not the same manufacturer?
I think it was Federal. I'd have to go back and look, but I think there was Federal and maybe Winchester. Okay. The reason is just because
it could be on. You can also 25 on Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App. It's the same thing.
I know that the plastic shot cups were found at the crime scene, and I think that's Winchester. But I would have to go look.
Okay, so but you concede you didn't use the same gauge for buckshot as was used in the murder of Paul Murdaugh?
No, it's probably slightly
just
different.
like a shoebox.
All right, if you would please continue to Exhibit 7. And again, what do we have here?
That would be the turkey load or bird shot with the smaller pellets that we used.
I mean, to ship a stress ball to Australia would probably cost like 50 stress balls worth.
And again, this is not the same load that was used in the murder of Paul Murdaugh.
I don't think it's the exact same. It's just representative.
All right.
This guy gets 300.
If you would please go to Exhibit 24. I think it's like 2 or 3 slides. There you go, right there. Thank you. All right, and again, this is the interior of the house at Moselle. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you already testified to it, but what was the ambient decibel reading inside that house?
35 decibels. Pretty much steady state.
And is that, well, I guess we heard an audio clip, right?
Yes.
That we played for the jury. Does the ability to hear something, is it affected by the ambient noise?
Yes,
in
that's
a room?
right. Yes.
Did you do a test on what the ambient noise is in this courtroom?
No, I can do it right now if you want me to.
Did you do it before? Does the ambient noise have an effect on how we hear something?
Yes, that's what I explained. So in order for you to be able to clearly hear something, it's got to be 10 decibels above background.
And we've
if
heard
it's 10 decibels below background, you're not going to be able to hear it. And when you're in between, it depends on if you're listening for it. Like if you're really listening for something, like if you're at a train crossing.
Thank you, Nikki Zibs.
And you're listening for the train horn, it could be right at the background level, like you got the radio on a little bit. The train horn can be right at the background level, but since you're listening for it, you might be able to hear it. If you're not paying attention, and then you might not. But if it's 10 decibels above your background, you will hear it. 10 decibels below, you're not going to hear it, because again, that's twice as loud.
Yeah, the notebook you got, LM, is one of the new ones. They're a lot thicker with 80 pages.
Or twice as soft.
And if sound's relative, and I know you gave an example of the concert, how did you decide, or how did anyone decide what volume to play that sound clip? Would volume affect your ability to hear something?
It does, but it really wouldn't matter because, again, the shot from the kennels was only 1 to 3 dB above background, so it was about 36, 37, 38 decibels. And even if you rustle a piece of paper, that could be in the 50s. And so it doesn't really, in this case, the volume of the TV, it really didn't matter just because the sound of the gun inside that house is so faint it wouldn't make a difference.
All right, and I know this may be outside your expertise, but just asking you common sense.
5'2", he said.
Are you aware that trees generally grow?
Yes.
Okay, what were you at? 239.16. Hold on, let me go back a ways a little bit. Hold on.
Coming back to Moselle was about the same as what SLED drove it, right? Because you're not really changing the average speed that much because you're driving faster, but just for little periods of time.
Is that consistent with somebody passing a car?
It could be.
But it's just an up and down. It's not like 80 miles an hour all the way back to Moselle.
That's correct. That's correct.
Right, not from Moselle. From Alameda, I apologize. beg the court's indulgence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break
so-
now.
so that's when
Please
he
do not
switched.
discuss
Okay, I
the
thought he
case.
said some. There was something you said there. I'm gonna move it forward.
dB, if I recall, but, so the trees made a difference, but not that big of a difference.
Well, without being there and whatever
Look
the
how high
tree
the
height
trees are now.
were, would that have an effect on the sound level? I mean, I think you said you accommodated 1.7 dB, but will you agree that the height of a tree or a forest would have an effect on the sound?
Oh, it'll have an effect, but in this case, it's let's just call it 2 decibels. And what I'm talking about is, background inside the house, if you have the TV on, is like 70 decibels, right? So we're comparing 35 or 40 decibels. Whether we add or subtract 2, it makes no difference because you got 70 versus 30 or 40. And remember, just 10 decibels is twice as loud. So 70 decibels is many, many times louder. So
Well, Nikki said she doesn't have a way to even say it. I say it how I say it. There isn't a way to say it. ZBZZ.
I went through the process of making sure that the numbers were correct, but minor variables such as wind, humidity, wind speed, the trees, all of those, even if you factored all of those in, it really doesn't make a difference just because the gunshot inside the house was so faint that you're just not going to hear it.
All right, sir, if you wouldn't mind turning to Exhibit 25.
Yeah, I think if I was them, I would have got in there, the prosecution, and just fired off a few different points, saying you have a lot of speculation. I know you're basing it on your experience, but there's no numbers or factual information that are pointing to some of the things that you're suggesting. Go through each one of those, and then that's it. But because the main thing is you have him on audio at 8:44. You have Alec on audio at 8:44 at the kennels. He said he was gone. He told the caregiver for his mom to say he was there for 35, 40 minutes or something like that. But he was really only there for 20 minutes. And, there's so many little things like that. That's really where everything should be focused on, not this crazy crap like Dan's talking about up there regarding these little, who cares if you can hear anything? You know what? A question that the prosecutor could have asked was, well, let me ask you something, sir. If the killer, for example, was at the crime scene, let's say around 8:44-ish, and they were still there, throw in the 8:44, go, let's say the killer was at the crime scene around 8:44 and then remained around the crime scene, would he have heard the gun sounds if he was down in that area? That would have just changed the dynamic of everything, right? And you sort of infer the 8:44. Let's say the killer was down there around 8:44, right around the time 8:44 to 8:50, and would they hear the gunshots? And that would have just been a boom, freaking home run.
It's a chart. Yeah, the next one.
I'm just let's go to these things.
Right, and I didn't do it at the window. I did it in the middle of the room.
Now, we've already established you have no training, experience, or expertise in shotguns. Is that correct?
Well, maybe you need to explain a little bit more.
Well, what do you have any formal training, formal expertise, formal education in how shotguns work, how shotgun projectiles work, and what they do after leaving the end of that barrel? Do you have any formal training, expertise, certifications, anything?
Well, not formal training, but I've done a lot of study, and I've also tested shotguns, and I've fired many shotguns.
No, but you're not an
before. I
expert. You've done
understand
non-formal
what
training.
happened to the pellets, and this
Who cares what
particular
your
pellet
opinion is?
is
You're
one
not
of
an
the pellets
expert.
that would have passed through Paul.
All right. What's the spread?
See, that's where
Of
you
shot-
interrupt the guy and say, Judge, he's already just admitted he does no formal training in it. He should not be able to converse about the effects of or the trajectory, all those different things. Right? I mean, because he just admitted right there he has no formal training in it. He's not an expert in that topic.
Shotgun pellet exiting a shotgun barrel. What's the spread every 1 inch?
Well, it's going to vary based on the choke.
I will say one of the weirdest things I've ever seen was today, let's see, what was it? The judge objected for the prosecution because the prosecution didn't. It was like leading the witness or something like that. And he goes, the judge said, objection, you're leading the witness. The prosecution should have done that. I mean, it was weird.
The ammunition, but for this one, it's pretty clear that the spread is about the size of a window because the muzzle of the shotgun was maybe, let's call it 3 feet inside the door. It's a 10-foot long room. So at 7 feet, the spread of these pellets after passing through a person, the spread of them is probably, that window maybe 26 inches wide. So that's going to be the spread. Obviously, there can be some deflection of the pellets as they pass through the body of the victim.
Would that be a variable?
Sure.
Okay. So do you know the spread of a shotgun every yard? How much it spreads, the cone? Do you know how much it spreads per yard?
What kind of choke?
Any choke, any gauge?
I don't know.
Do you know?
I don't know the number off the
Okay,
top of my
you
head.
don't know. Do you even know it, not even off the top of your head, without looking it up?
I would have to look it up.
Okay. And do you know the range of fire for 10 feet, what that spread is? In centimeters, do you know? Or inches, well, either.
I don't have this committed to memory. I would look it up.
Is that even something you've ever known, or is that something you would have to look up?
Like I said before, I have tested such things before, and
Not
I've
asking
certainly
for what
read
you tested.
literature. But again, it's not something that I have committed to memory. Again, this, if you wanted to know something like that, if that was helpful in this particular case, then what you would do is then you would go to the literature and find those answers. But I don't have that memorized.
Well, aren't you rendering an opinion by drawing a line, by saying somehow that exited the shotgun? I mean, we saw the pictures with you standing there with your shotgun up, and we see this line. Are you not giving an opinion of its exit?
I'm giving an opinion that a pellet from that shotgun followed that line and struck the trigger.
And yet you don't even know the cone and the rate of expansion of a shotgun. How can you give that opinion?
You don't need to know that.
Okay.
So because what you have here, you got a hole in the window, and we have a slide for it. There's a hole in the window. There is a impact mark on the tree. That pellet traveled a straight distance between those 2 points, and 2 points forms a line. You don't need to know the spread. I mean, that's actually what happened was a pellet came out of that gun, it passed through the victim, it went through a hole in the window, and it hit the tree.
How do you know then? How do you know it passed through the victim? How do you know that?
Well, it has 9 pellets in the shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
Paul had 1 pellet in his shoulder. Sled recovered 7. I recovered 9. So I recovered the last pellet.
All right, so how do you know that? How do you know that? What are you basing that on? What you just testified to, what are you basing that on?
Well, when I looked at the sled records, they found 7 pellets, or that went through his body. They didn't find all the pellets, but he had 8 entrance wounds. He had 7 exit wounds. They found 1 pellet in his body, so that's 8. But we know the manufacturer puts 9. When I went to the crime scene in October 19 of 2021, the 9th buckshot pellet was in the window frame.
How do you know that was the 9th buckshot pellet that went through? Did you analyze it?
Well,
did you analyze it?
I didn't analyze it,
Okay.
but
Are you assuming?
Objection, Your Honor. Not allowing him to answer the question. He said, I didn't analyze it, but, and then he interrupted him.
I didn't hear the but. Go ahead.
Oh, so the window got shot, right? Most of the pellets went through the window. Some of the pellets went through the little white parts of the window. There was 1 pellet that Sled didn't recover, and the reason is it was under kind of the lip. You know how where you pick up on a window, there's a thing where you put your fingers. It was under that, but still there. So you have a pattern of buckshot pellets like this big, and so you got 9 holes basically, or 8, because there's 1 pellet left in the victim, right? So
How many?
9 minus the 1, so you have 8. There are 8 holes in that window. In my world, that's a very high probability that those are the pellets that came from the buckshot that injured Paul Murdaugh.
2 slides forward. 2 slides forward. What's this big thing here at the bottom? That big opening. Exhibit 47.
Are you talking about the missing glass?
Yeah, what is that?
It's missing glass.
All right. How many pellets went through there?
I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but I accounted for every pellet, except for the one that was missed by the crime scene investigators, which is under the...
Let's talk about that. How many grains was the pellet you located on the windowsill?
I never waited.
Again, how do you know it came from there? Do you really know it came from there, or are you assuming it came from there?
Well, the
What do you
window
know?
got shot with buckshot, and there's 1 missing pellet. Again, in my world, there's a very high confidence level that that missing pellet is there.
Is that the same confidence level that you're using for all these other opinions? That
Yeah.
you found a pellet?
All my opinions are at a very high confidence level.
You know, it makes me wonder when they bring up their rebuttal expert if they already have the answer that it's not the same pellet or something like that, you know.
Yes.
Well, we're going to go through them.
We're
The
going
line
to get to
here,
them?
we got.
I object
sorry.
to that question. We're going to get to them? That's what he said?
All right, well, of course, sustains objection to the comment.
The rope here, this orange rope, is that the one that continues back to the tree?
Yes.
All right, do you have any formal training in what a projectile does if it strikes anything, be it human, flesh, or glass, or any of the other items that would have been located? Do you have any training in that?
Again, not formal training, but it obeys the laws of physics, and I've tested it myself, and I've studied impacts. It's a big part of what I do.
Have you done a test where you shot shotguns through glass, through wood, and through a human body, and then measured where they ended up? Have you done those tests?
No, you don't need to test it because you can just look and see what happened to it.
So is the answer no?
I didn't do any testing with the shotgun here, but why would you need to test? Because I think we got the same slide up there. Would you agree with me? Well, I can't ask you a question, but that pellet right there went through that window and it lodged in a tree or damaged the tree.
Glass, through wood, and through a human body, and then measured where they ended up?
That pellet right there
tried to ask a
went through that
question.
window and it lodged in a tree or damaged the tree. I don't need to test that because that's just what happened.
All right, is it your opinion that it can only be that pellet? There's no other possibility? No other possibility? Is that your opinion?
Well, I'm not saying that there might be some highly lower probability, but if you stand in that room and we have holes, and just like you've shown, they're scattered all over that window, and you look in the direction of the damage to the tree where Paul was injured, that is the only one. And it's just I don't think it really matters one way or the other. All I can say is that I think the shot went through Paul in the manner that I presented it today.
Okay.
It really doesn't matter to me all that much which pellet went through which hole.
And I just want to be clear, you have no formal training in this, no pathological training, correct?
I am not a pathologist.
But you opine that you believe it went through Paul and then exited the window and struck that tree, but you have no formal training in any of that, correct? No pathology, no firearms, no shotgun-specific training other than anecdotal shooting a shotgun? None of that, no formal trainings. Is that correct?
I would disagree with all of that because, again, it doesn't take a pathologist. There's a small entry wound into Paul's chest. So all 9 pellets enter. 1 remains in his body. 8 leave his body.
You are sitting here opining about pathology. Is that correct?
I don't see how that's pathology. That's simple math.
Okay.
It's 9 minus 1 is 8.
All right, reverse it. We'll start there. Go back if you wouldn't mind, a couple. Yeah, right here. Did you take this picture?
No.
What's he
How many
crying
inches does
about
that
this
look like
time?
he is tall?
Well, you can't tell how tall he is because of the way this picture's taken.
Well, what does it look like?
This shows the shoulder 64 inches.
What about his head?
You can't tell.
You can't see a number at the top of there?
No, because you'd have to be above the...
One thing that you can see just by looking at this picture in defense of the defense is you see down here, look how these inches, see how there's an inch. But look how much wider the inches are up here down there. So I'm not really sure if they're using like a weird type of lens, but these inches here are way closer than these ones. Look at that. Boom, boom. And then they get narrower and narrower and narrower down there. Can you guys see what I'm talking about? The spacing between, for example, that one and that one is almost like 60% of this one and this one. So there's something off about the, it's hard to see. I mean, it looks like it is right there, and then it goes up here. Right? I mean, it'd be hard to imagine his head is really up there. And if it was a forced perspective type of situation, if the camera was down lower, these numbers would start getting closer and closer together. So maybe the camera's up too high, or I don't know. It's hard to make out what's going on here in this picture. It's almost another intentionally shitty image. I don't know. It's pretty weird.
The top of his head, or right in line with the top of his head. The only thing you can glean from this picture is that his shoulder is 64 inches above the floor.
Yeah, but it's not far enough to have a dramatic forced perspective type shift. Yeah, but if you,
I'm going to ask you about use of Faro. Are you the one who actually operates the Faro?
Yeah, so likely if you pushed the tape next to his head, the 70 right here would go down a little bit closer to here. I mean, I just can't imagine it being where the 70 hits over here, and then you get an extra 6 more inches, because they say he's 6'4".
Above the top of his head, or right in line with the top of his head. The only thing you can glean from this picture is that his shoulder is 64 inches above the floor.
And that kind of makes sense. If the shoulder's 64 and you add 12, another foot, that makes him 6'4". I mean, a shoulder being 64 inches is pretty tall, right? I mean, that's 5, what is it? So 12 times 60, 12 times 5 feet. So it's 5 feet 4 inches right to his shoulder, right? So if you add another foot, that makes him 6'4", right? I mean, I guess that's not crazy. Just looks totally weird with that ruler there. Plus, I don't like his shit-eating grin on the face.
Paper type product?
Yes.
Okay. You can actually see it's like bending, warped because it got wet.
Yes.
So it's pretty thin.
Yes.
All right, and the next slide, please. Now this is what's purported to be a projectile hole. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that is a projectile hole.
And you testified, I think you testified about the, what you told me, what did you call this indentation on the right side of that hole?
I called it a white mark. The bullet's coming in at 41 degrees, kind of from the right, so that represents where the tip of the bullet first touched the cardboard or the fiberboard.
Do you, and I think you already testified this, but you have no formal training or experience or certifications in crime scene investigations, is that correct?
I've answered that. It all comes from experience and my education.
And are you aware that there's a margin of error for the angles that may be measured in a projectile, especially if it's a soft paper product?
Sure. There can be, and also depends on how you measure it. So I took what Special Agent Worley measured. Like I said before, it looked like our angle varied a little bit based on...
But placing the dowel through the hole into another hole, especially if the bullet went through paper, means that the dowel going through the hole in the paper, going through the hole in the wood is a pretty accurate angle for the bullet entering that.
It didn't match up with the other physical evidence. That's why I picked a range. I picked a range of 1.5 to 3 degrees.
Okay, that's what there are. So that is
Next one, please.
that does
And
mean
right
that,
here we're seeing
that means that there are 2 different angles going into the bird cage.
A metal dowel, is
Just
that your
like I
understanding
thought.
what that is?
I don't know if it's metal or fiberglass, but it's some type of material like that that's going to be straight.
And on top of it is an angle measurer, is that
Yes.
fair to say? And they're sitting on top of that hole, which is essentially a paper product, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And no projectile was actually recovered from this direction of shot. Is that correct? Is that your
That's
understanding?
That is my understanding.
All right. And if you wouldn't mind skipping forward to Exhibit 35. How tall is that doghouse at its highest point?
Probably going to be about 4 feet tall.
What are you relying on when you say that?
This is Special Agent Worley's notes.
Does your ferroscan make measurements of items? I think you testified to that.
It does. You know, if you wanted me to give you my measurement of it, I would, have to open it up. It might take a while if you want to take a break.
So you don't know off the top of your head?
I do not have the doghouse height memorized.
All right, moving forward. And I think we saw here, this is the entry spot of the projectile into the doghouse. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Moving forward. Moving forward. And this again would be the same thing, a rod, but this time in a more firm. You would agree the wood in this case is much more firm than the coil pen paper product, right?
Yes, it's thicker.
And the bullet, which appeared to have gone through the doghouse and was recovered from inside, is that your understanding, having reviewed the crime scene?
Yes.
Crime scene reports?
Yes.
And do you have any formal study experience, training, or otherwise on what a bullet might do when it strikes wood or whatever the interior of the dog pen held, including the earth?
Well, again, it's the same line of questioning. It would be based on my experience. I can't say that I've ever done any specific testing for wood. I've certainly reviewed papers and literature concerning such, but typically I don't go into that area of ballistics. I look more at impact marks and then just the flight path of the bullet, because that's just physics.
And then I'm going to fast forward to some of your Faro images. If you wouldn't mind, scoot forward a little bit more. Keep going, please. All right, here, and these, the body that's laying there covered in a sheet, that was added after the fact. That's not part of the Faro scan, is that right?
That is correct. That was added as well as the evidence markers.
All right, and I know the markers we see on this picture is just representative. There's the placards, and is this the one where you tried to merge kind of what the placards were with the Faro scan?
Yes.
And the little circular X's, is that the computer-assisted drawing that you made based on the measurements performed by Special Agent Worley?
That's correct.
All right. Okay. All right, if you would mind, scoot forward to where we start with these green lines. There you go. All right, we're looking at exhibit, it doesn't even say, but exhibit with the two lines spread out, is that the representative of the two different angles that were noted on the quail pen?
Yes.
Okay,
So do you know which one's which one's the 1 degree and which one's the 3?
Well, the 3 degree is going to slope towards the ground quicker, so that would be the bottom line, and then the 1.5 slopes less, it's more gradual slope, so it would be the top line.
Okay. Going forward 1. And here's where you inserted a 3D person as a 5'2" person. Is that who you inserted there?
Yes.
Okay. And you chose to insert a 5'2" individual shooting from the hip in that manner that aligns with that green line. Is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay.
Should I play the Mary Lou Oompa Loompas song again?
And nowhere on here is any other individual on that green line. Is that correct? You didn't put any other images here. You only chose to put a 5'2" individual slinging a gun on his hip.
Well, that's what matches. If the person was any taller, then they would have to be towards the
Take a
quail
break
pen.
and play it again.
If they were any shorter, then they would be behind the shooter. Or the shooter.
Here we go.
Oompa Loompa Doopa-dee-doo, I've got a perfect puzzle for you. Oompa Loompa Doopa-dee-dee, if you're wise you'll listen to me. What do you get when you guzzle down sweet? Eating as much as an elephant eats. What are you at? Getting terribly fat. What do you think will come of that? I don't like the look of it. Oompa Loompa Doopa-dee-da. If you're not greedy, you will go far. You will live in happiness too, like the Oompa Loompa Doopa-dee-doo.
Great job, Mary Lou.
Hey, great, thanks. I worked really hard on that one.
I bet you did.
It would be in a different posture.
And do you have any idea if a bullet can ricochet?
Of course.
They can, right?
Yes.
If they hit something.
Yes.
And you don't know, because we didn't recover that bullet, but you don't know if that was a ricochet. Is it possible?
It could be possible, but
Need to
I don't
do
see
the
any
other one.
evidence from the crime
There's
scene
4 of them.
investigation that it was a ricochet.
Okay, but it's possible, right?
I think it's very unlikely because of the hole in the side of the quail pen. Usually when a bullet ricochets, it'll get upset, so the hole in the quail pen should have been bigger.
So the shooter, according to your lines here, the
You'll
shooter could have
get
been
no, you'll
anywhere
get
on that line. Is that
no.
correct?
You'll
Anywhere
get
on
no
that line.
commercials.
All right, if we keep going. This is just another one showing them same posture,
All right, Mac.
just on
thank you.
different points of those lines. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So as long as that's done, and we'll not worry about the 5'2", 11-year-old, but if anyone's on that line, it could have been accurate, right? If that gun is anywhere on that line, according to you, it could have been accurate.
Or in
Is that right?
between.
It could have
Yes,
been that
and-
shot.
Or in
Yes,
between.
Anywhere.
That's what I explained is that the line, by definition, establishes where the weapon is. Then the next step would be to figure out where the person is, or where the shooter is.
I just want to be clear. Anywhere from this point all the way, I guess, until it hits it would eventually hit the ground, right?
Correct.
Anywhere until it hits the ground, somewhere back behind where the bodies are located. It's your testimony that that is consistent with what you're seeing,
Yes.
as long as that gun is on that line.
Yes.
So we can just remove the 11-year-olds from the equation. As long as that gun's on that line, it fits with what you're saying, your mathematics is saying, it lines up. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thanks, Tina.
And you didn't provide any renders of any other adult-sized human beings perhaps kneeling, did you?
Repeat that?
You didn't do any other renders along these lines of an adult-sized human being kneeling on the ground while shooting, did you?
No, what I did do is consider that because, I mean, obviously from your question, you kind of can see that in your mind. Okay.
I'm just asking for a yes or no.
Well, I did. Let me explain.
He's attempting to answer the question. Again.
Okay, so what I did for that question, because I figured that you would ask me it, but what I did was at 1 foot increments from the quail pen, all the way out to 60 feet. And at 60 feet, you're getting pretty close to where that line goes underground. It actually goes underground about 73 feet, okay? So what I did was I looked at the height of the shooter's hand, just like we did this morning in front of the jury. And the other thing I looked at was where the center of the shell casings, the empty casings were, okay? And I looked in a 12-foot circle around the shell casings, like the center of those shell casings. Figuring that everything that I've seen, typically these rifles are going to be 8, 10, 12 feet. A big variable. And it's just, just a rough number. This is what I did, though. First thing you look at is that
ramble on. That's so appropriate to some of these witnesses.
Is 76 inches tall. I measured to his knee is 25 inches. So that means that if he went down on one knee, his shoulder is still 51 inches above the ground. And if he shouldered the rifle in a kneeling position, he still can't make the quail shot because
he could do a hip shot.
The muzzle would be above where the hole is. So that's number one. So the more you back him up, then it just gets more and more improbable. So then what I said was this. So I looked at this, and the height of the shooter's hand, whoever the shooter was and whatever posture they were in.
No matter what, though, they're 5'2".
Assuming a 12-foot, big 12-foot radius circle, so however big that is, 24 feet circle around the shell casings. The shooter's hand is 16.2 to 27.6 inches above the ground. So that's basically 2 feet above the ground. So that's why it only fits. You said 11-year-old kid, but it only fits with a short person. Or with some bizarre shooting posture that doesn't match an aiming position or a normal shooting position or just an abnormal shooting position. That's where I'm coming from and I invite you, with the blackout here, if you want to, try to put this gun 27.6 to 16.2 inches and tell me that that's not somebody that's very low to the ground.
Answer me this. How far off the ground is that gun right there in the 12-year-old's hand?
Which one?
12-year-old.
Objection is overruled.
Which shooter?
Doesn't matter.
There's no record, nothing in the record about it.
I think it was interesting the judge overruled the objection. That was pretty funny, actually.
12-year-old shooting this gun.
Objection's overruled.
Let's go with the back guy. I'll call him the far shooter.
How high is that gun?
So he is 33 feet from the quail pen, and if you look at that, which is the 1.5 at 33.
Maybe because the other guy said 11.
Yep, the bottom of his hand is gonna be like right there at that 28-inch mark.
Where's the line located? Right there, the line where the barrel, according to you, is?
At 33 feet, the muzzle.
The muzzle.
33 feet for the rear shooter. 39.6.
39 inches?
39.6.
39 inches.
Yep.
Do you have a tape measure? Oh, here we go.
Wow. Jesus.
39 inches right there?
Yep.
If we back it up 10 feet. Back it up 10 feet. What's the distance? What's the green line at? 10 feet back, so 40 feet.
It's not much lower.
It would be 36.5.
36.5. That's 3 feet. 3 feet 5.5 inches. Is that right?
That is correct.
My finger, that look about right?
Yes.
Right there?
Yes.
Right there.
Yes.
But we got this. We got your renders that you went with are these two, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so what he's saying is, why didn't you put an adult on their knee, one knee, and shooting? And the reason is because this guy wants to make it look goofy. Like, wow, this is weird. Just like when Harpootlian holds it really down low like some weirdo. You know, they probably use him to do it because he can't even get into the position to hold it correctly. So they're just, it's all about optics. Like, look how weird this is, when it's not weird really at all. I mean, of course they're not totally normal angles. I guarantee you that Alec Murdaugh knows exactly what is used in trials when there's shootings. They try to figure out the trajectory from a height of a person. So when he's committing these murders, he's holding the gun in weird positions, shooting around, and he's really familiar with guns. He knows how they work. So he's firing at different crazy angles to make it look confusing and strange, and 3 different bullets, 2 different weapons, different gunshot angles and all that stuff. He did it all intentionally. Just like he said, man. They should use that in the closing argument. Whoever did this had thought about it a long time. And that's what the last lines from the prosecution should be when they turn to the jury and say, whoever did this had thought about it a long time. Boom. Wouldn't that be an amazing end right there?
Go ahead and fast forward a little bit. Right here, okay. So now we got, what's the angle of this doghouse that you calculated?
That's 14 degrees.
All right, and the shooter,
everyone keeps mentioning the golf buggy thing.
Little youth
There's
there.
no evidence
Youth is
whatsoever
how far
of
away
that,
from that?
anything. It doesn't. You're not lower sitting in a golf buggy, by the way. You're sitting up in the chair, and it doesn't mean it's no. I'm not sure why everybody keeps talking about that. He thought about it a long time.
8.4 feet.
And how high off the ground is that green line where he's standing? Little guy.
The muzzle is 29 inches above the ground.
29 inches.
Maybe 30.
30 inches.
So 31.
So right here. 30?
Yes. Yeah.
So 30 inches when you're up close, right next to that doghouse. So what happens then when you back? I see the line; it's going upwards. So what happens when you back up? I mean, soon it's going to be over the little guy's head, right?
Yes.
Okay. But what happens if you're not such a little guy? If you back up, I don't know. Let's back us up 5 feet. What happens?
Let's see. So that would be about.
Now you can go to 6'4" guy with a machine gun, exactly where you'd want to be. See, here's what's crazy about this one right here. See this shot right here? This shot right here. If you put a 6'4" person and you back them up, they're right here in front of Maggie, where it would be even more natural, and she'd fall down.
47.4.
47.4.
But they use this little tiny guy to make it look weird.
I can bring it closer.
Oompa Loompa.
You see it? Yes. Okay. 47.4. It's right there.
Yes.
You know what would really work well if he got a hang glider with his machine gun and just went as he was flying in, and then get rid of the hang glider and everything, and then people go, "Wow, where did those bullets come from?"
If you would fast forward a little bit more about, it doesn't have an exhibit number, but like 5 slides. Right. Yeah. Right here's fine. That's good. That's good. Now, and I just want to be clear. You talk about casings. It's cartridge casings, and you're aware that shotguns have shells and rifles have cartridges. Is that correct?
I definitely want to just replace these with Oompa Loompas. It'd be the funniest damn looking thing you ever seen.
Is that your understanding?
I call it a rifle cartridge, but a rifle cartridge would be the bullet and the casing.
And I don't know if those trees are really right there.
The charge, the
right against the house.
Inside the casing, but I call them rifle casings.
Okay. Well, I mean, before you just called it shell casings, I just want to be clear. All right. So and you talked about. I know you spent some time talking about the ejection of.
They could have actually
casing.
attached a gun to a drone, and as it was flying around, remote control the weapon. There's all kinds of things we haven't thought about yet, and I think that maybe those were used They just haven't got there yet. We'll see later.
Things from a rifle or an AR-style rifle, but you have no training or experience in that, other than the studies you've personally conducted. Is that right?
That's correct. In literature, which again, for this rifle, it's supposed to be 3 o'clock to 4:30, which is 45 degrees behind, but it can be forward. It can be straight out to the side.
And I'm just tapping into common sense here, but you weren't at the scene the night of murders. Is that right?
I was not there.
And so, is it possible that cartridge casings were moved?
Yes.
Is it possible that cartridge casings were ejected in an unorthodox manner?
Yes.
Is it possible that cartridge casings were ricocheted off of something, hit something and ricocheted?
Yes.
Okay. So where they laid, and this is just, again, tapping into common sense, not your engineering background, but where they laid may not necessarily be where they fell that night. Is that fair to say?
Yes. You're looking for just the area. For instance, if you're thinking about a shooting position 60 feet away, it makes no sense. But anywhere in that 24 feet that I'm talking about, yes, because there's casings there.
And yet you chose little people as the positioning for yours. Why did you do that? Why didn't you pick, for example, somebody that's 6'4" and place them in this position? See, that would have been a great comeback. Is there a reason you didn't pick somebody maybe 6 feet, even maybe 6'4", and slide him back to this portion of the angle? Yeah.
And here, what are we showing here? Remind me again what this, and I think there's one there's one before it too, an exhibit before. What are we seeing here with the intersection of the 3 lines? What are you saying?
I'm saying that the 2 shots made in 2 different directions can be made from approximately the same spot.
Does that assume, though, that someone's shooting from approximately the same spot? Does that assume that right there? This is assuming someone's in the general same area when they shoot.
By the way, I wish that, remember that little person that called that one time? He was so cool. That was so fun. I don't know if they even watched the show anymore. It was during the Idaho 4 case, but...
Well, I used a constant height shooter, put them on the trajectories, and they end up in the same spot.
Is it possible that someone shoots from one position and then moves to another position before they shoot again? Is that possible?
Sure.
Okay. And along your lines, it's very possible that someone could have shot over here, and again, they were maybe a bigger person than the 12-year-old, and someone could have then moved before they shot again. Is that a possibility? Is that possible?
Email it to me.
Of course, well, I mean, that's what this slide depicts, is the shooter moving.
Right, is it possible that they were back here and moved maybe just a little bit more than the 2 feet you put on your drawing?
No, they would have to change their shooting posture. That's kind of the whole point is, it's like, for instance, you know, if you want to, like your line of questioning, let's say that the shooter is laying down or on one knee, then stands up and shoots from the hip. I don't know if that's really consistent with a moving shooter, but it's my understanding from what people have determined and what I've heard in expert reports from the state is that they think the shooter was moving. So I was thinking that it doesn't have to be, but what's most likely is somebody is walking around shooting a gun.
But tell them, is it likely though? How likely is it that it's a guy, a person that's 5'2", or even a person that's 12 years old?
Okay. Again, you weren't there. You have no firearms training. Is that right? Or certifications, or crime scene training or certifications. Is that right?
I was not there.
So this is your best guess. Is that what it is?
No, that is not a guess.
So
that is based. Let me finish. That is based on all of the engineering principles, the physical evidence that was collected by both myself and Special Agent Worley. That is the physical evidence. Now, as you've done today, you can think about alternatives, and there very well can be alternatives, but you have to look at how likely the alternatives are. And that's what I'm doing here. There's always going to be variables. You can move things around, but I think, as I've tried to get across today, is that you draw a conclusion when you look at the evidence.
And you're here to testify to these jurors that your most likely answer is that it was a 12-year-old, 2 12-year-olds at 5'2".
Your Honor, there's been no testimony that 2 12-year-olds are involved in this anyway, misstating the facts.
Sustained objection.
Is there anybody that's 5'2"?
You're saying, though, that 5'2", which we can all guess approximates what size individual or age of individuals, that's your best guess of what went on that night?
It's not a guess. And again, it's not 2 individuals. It could be one person moving slightly there. But
you're implying
that's not
2.
a guess. That is my opinion. Okay. And I've tried to explain it.
You're trying to visually
to the court
show
as
2.
best as I possibly can.
Just to be clear, I'm going to move to exhibit 50. I believe it's 53. Right there. Did this line account for the trajectory of the bullet either going through glass, other objects, or a human being?
Well, as we've discussed before, I would not anticipate any deflection through the glass, but there could have been some deflection through the body. So what that would account for is that where I'm standing or where that string is could have moved a little bit going through the body, but I think everybody's agreed that the shotgun is inside the door, so that would limit how far you could move the shotgun side to side based on deflection due to contacting something solid inside the body.
All right, so I didn't hear a yes or no. Did it account for the projectile traveling through a human body, glass, or any other objects that were then located in that room that night? Does it account for that? Yes or no?
No, it doesn't account for it, but you could see, how that has to change or could change, because the amount that you can move the shotgun around from that position is limited by the opening in the doorway.
And same thing for the green laser lines we saw earlier. Does that account for the projectile passing through a human body, wood, any other object that it passed through? Did your calculations account for that trajectory?
Is it really only 5'2"?
That path is a straight line
Are
path.
you sure about that?
It could have passed through a human body. It passed through the layers of the quail pen, but it's traveling straight at that point.
Did your calculations, and I'm going to ask it again because I need
It's
to get your
5'7".
answer. Did your calculations account for the projectiles in the other examinations, the green line ones? Did it account for the projectiles passing through an item?
I mean, hell, if Tom Cruise is 5'7" and this person's 5'2", wow.
Just wood or a human body. Did it account for that?
No, I did not put there that the projectile somehow interacted with anything else and was deflected.
All right, I'm going to go over a few variables if you wouldn't mind. So variables in doing all these calculations are, would you agree, it's where the gun was held? That's a variable.
Not for the trajectories.
So you won't concede that where the gun was held is a variable in a calculation, such as yours?
Which calculation?
It doesn't matter. We're talking about either your shotgun calculation or your rifle one. Was where the gun held a variable that you have to account for in making this determination? Where the gun was held physically?
Not for the shot trajectories.
All right. Will you concede then that it was a variable in the AR-300 blackout scenario?
No, the shot trajectories, it doesn't matter where the gun is being held.
So where the gun's held in your mind makes no difference?
No, the gun is on the shot trajectory. I think
All
I
right.
explained that.
Is it a variable of how the gun was held?
No.
Not a variable. Is it a variable if the party...
You know what I hate watching after trials like this are defense attorneys. They all just are so anti-prosecutor, and they're just they always see things in a way to, it's almost like they're on, doing a sales pitch for clients. Look how I'm dissing on everything the prosecutor says. Yeah. I've never listened to them. It's a waste of time.
Shooting was moving.
Again, no, the barrel of the gun was on that shot line, in my opinion.
Is it a variable if the party that the bullet essentially passed through was moving? Is that a variable?
No.
Is it a variable to you if the party was jumping or ducking? Is that a variable to you?
No.
Is it a variable if the party was maybe turning side to side? Is that even a variable?
Not for what I've done.
Okay, so you're saying no to everything I just asked, and all of those, you would agree, all of those variables that I listed include motion.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible he isn't really that tall, but 5'2" would be really, like, almost, I've seen him standing next to other people. He's obviously not 5'2".
Yes, those would all be if you were trying to figure out the orientation of the person that was shot, which is something that I did not do, and that's something I don't do. It's not my field of expertise.
Okay.
All right, and further to the variables, I think you just said is it not a variable to you? I'm trying to ask this as quickly as possible.
I typed in how tall is Tom Cruise really, and it still says 5'7".
Strike that. Is it a variable if the person that is being shot is moving? Is that a variable to you?
That is not a variable to me.
And is it a variable to you if the person who's doing the shooting is moving?
That is not a variable to me.
Would you agree, though, in general, people do move?
Yes, in my experience, people move.
That's it. No further questions.
Like they've said, he used to say he was 5'8" and 5'9", but he was only 5'7". He's taller than Dustin Hoffman, so I'm not sure how tall he is.
So much to straighten out. But let's deal with his last questions about these variables. You're an expert, I'm gonna give you a hypothetical, real quick. Bullet hole, 10 feet up, bullet hole, 5 feet up. What does that tell you?
The bullet's descending.
Right, and if you
Or the bullet's rising, right? You didn't say what direction it was going.
put a dowel through that, would you see where it possibly came from and where it possibly went?
Yes.
Okay, basically, it's a line, correct?
Yes.
So, what does knowing where the gun was being held have to do with any of that?
It has no bearing on the physics of the flight of the bullet. It may have something to do with maybe where the shooter was positioned relative to the weapon, right? Or, if some other variable, but I'm not testifying about those subject matters.
Right. So all that we're, well, let me ask you this. The data you relied on for this trajectory, the trajectories, was that generated by SLED?
Yes.
And so, did they indicate any evidence of ricochet?
No.
Did they indicate any evidence of the bullet passing through a person?
No.
Didn't they test the one bullet they found in the dog shed for DNA and tissue or some sort of organic matter?
Yes.
Didn't find any?
No.
So you're basically just saying this is the line based on the SLED, Agent Worley putting a dowel through and then figuring out the angles, correct?
Yes.
The two people you put here are based on the angle from the quail pen going down. It was an upward shot, correct?
You cannot lead the witness, though I've heard no objections to it.
I haven't heard any objections either, Your Honor.
Well, the court is objecting. You cannot lead the witness.
That's the spot right there. Isn't that crazy to hear that? I mean, that's absolutely nuts.
Correct.
You cannot lead the witness.
Yeah, leading the I mean, it's just wild.
Agent Worley putting a dowel through and then figuring out the angles, correct?
Yes.
The two people you put here are based on the angle from the quail pen going down.
The question should be, so why did you put these two people there?
It was an upward shot, correct?
You cannot lead the witness, though I've heard no objections to it.
I haven't heard any objections either, Your Honor.
Well, the court is objecting. You cannot lead the witness.
Isn't that awesome? He actually helped out. He's like, hey, prosecution, you didn't do your job.
You were asked a question
Objection,
about
you're
the
leading
number
the
of
witness.
pellets. Did you review Agent Worley's report of her notes based on her visit to the location on July 16, 2021?
Yes.
Let me hand you these to see if it refreshes your memory. You go through those for just a moment, please.
That's what I was saying earlier, Noreen. I said they looked just like those little green army men that we used to play with when we were kids. It was hilarious. You should put that little plate at the bottom that you would stand them up with.
Okay, how about take it down a little bit? Oh, no, that's okay, that's fine, that's fine. So,
Great
what
minds,
is
great
being
minds.
recorded in this document and by who? It's a SLED report, right?
Yes, it's just a listing of the observations that
Okay.
Special Agent Worley was observing at the crime scene.
Yeah,
Okay, so
that
let's go
little
down to the
stand,
bottom of this
whatever
page,
that was.
okay? Once there's that shadow, what's that about? Okay, so tell me what that says. What does that mean?
Those are the following bullet defects in feed room, the doghouse, the small animal cage, and the workshop were scaled, labeled, and photographed.
Okay, so what is the defect A, B, C, D, and E?
Those are 5 projectiles in the feed room window.
And I think we previously heard those are buckshot pellets.
Yes.
You can't lead the witness.
Okay. Go to the next page, please. So how many is that?
5.
Okay, keep going. Top of the page, please. Okay, and so it can. What happens here? Defect F, G, and M.
F and G.
God, I really don't care.
Push it down.
Push it down just a little bit.
bit.
I'm not leading him. I'm reading the document that's in evidence. I'm publishing it.
All right.
Thank you. An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the flight path to be approximately 76 degrees, and a protractor, and a plumb bob determined the horizontal angle to be approximately 84 degrees. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that or was that inconsistent with the photographs you saw taken by Agent Worley of her performing those tests?
I think it's off the horizontal angle. I think was off a degree.
A degree,
Right.
based on the photograph.
Right.
But you weren't there,
No.
so you're looking at a photograph and saying it's off a degree. But maybe she had a better perspective.
Objection, commentary.
Could she had a better perspective than you did in what you saw in the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Small animal cage. That says defect J, projectile entered the exterior side of the cardboard on the southwest end of the cage, exited the interior sides of the cardboard and the chicken wire. Defect is perpendicular to the wall. A flight path rod was placed through defects J to J2 and was documented with photographs. An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the flight path to be approximately 87 degrees and the horizontal approximately 41 degrees. And is that consistent with the photographs you saw?
Yes, except for the one that's 3 degrees.
Right,
and
that's
then,
3 degrees.
And then there was one with 1.5, again, for the reasons
And that's
I
why we see
stated.
the two paths. You do 1 at 1.5, 1 at 3. Now, in any of this, did you read anything about a?
Oh, yeah.
Not quite done. No, I'm done with that one. But about ricochet, or any biologic material on anything, or anything that indicated
Wow.
a pass or a person or a wall or anything? Was there anything recorded by their agent that would indicate any of that? That was collected by their agents that would indicate any of that?
No.
Now, what do you know what this is?
This is Agent Worley's drawing of the window.
And what is it?
It indicates the 7 buckshot pellets that pass through the window.
Let's see the other. What is it?
Yes, you too, everybody.
It's another drawing. showing
Can
the
buy
7
everything
buckshot
that I'm
pellets.
telling you right now.
Okay, one from inside, one from outside.
Don't even
Yes.
listen, just nod your head. Yes, sirree.
And which one of these is the one you measured through?
If that's the outside,
Yeah. Maybe it is.
I measured through a defect B1,
What does
which
that
would
say
be
at the
the
top?
upper leftmost.
Exterior side, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So I went through B1.
Yeah, well, who cares?
And is this consistent with what you saw?
Yes.
They might be bringing in a ballistic person, too.
So,
I don't know.
you didn't get to look at this until October, correct?
Ballistic.
22.
22.
Right. Now, these drawings, their examination was done in June and July of 21, within a month of the murders, correct?
Yes.
And what you had to go on basically was photographs, right?
Objection to the leading room.
What, if anything, did you have to rely on to do the analysis?
Well, the information and data that SLED collected because...
I'm sorry, who collected it?
SLED.
Okay, and?
Right, because they were there very early on and I was not, and then also went and took a look at the physical evidence, and I found some stuff there that was helpful to my investigation itself. So it wasn't 100% based on SLED, but a lot of this information came directly from SLED.
Okay, do you know when Alec Murdaugh was charged with murder? Was it July of
Were you
22?
really? Not your average chick?
I don't remember.
But at some point, over a year after the murder?
fine.
Yes.
Okay. And you were retained and got out there within 90 days of his arrest, correct?
Yes.
But they waited over a year to arrest him, correct?
Yes.
So, my question is, I mean, these issues raised, would the ammo that you use for your sound testing, whether you were using the same brand or some different brand, does it make any difference?
No.
Objection, no basis in his expertise.
What, if any, difference would it have made in the acoustical issues you were testing? Different ammo?
Same objection.
None. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Your Honor, was he able to, I'm sorry, was he able to
Yes,
answer that?
objection's overruled. Your answer.
Thank you.
It makes no difference. All the shotguns are right in the same range. It doesn't matter.
Hey, not your average chick. Did you send me that link or that information again? I thought you did.
The rifles are in the same range. Weapons of this type are not loud enough to be heard inside the house from that distance with all the variables.
Okay, you were also asked a question about how loud the sound was if you went in a
Oh,
laboratory.
yeah, I got it.
The length of the distance you said was between the kennels and the house, outside the house, and I think you said, was it 100 decibels?
Yes, it's about like 103, 104.
Okay, and he went to a chart saying that would be like a airplane at 300 meters.
Yes.
Would you be able to hear that inside the house?
Depends on what's going on inside the house, but at that level, you would just. I don't want to. It's been a long day, but it depends on where the energy of the sound is in what's called octave bands and 1/3 octave bands. So in other words, the sound of a gunshot is different than the sound of a jet airplane because it's not the same noise. So there's more to the question, but even if you, basically if apples to apples, if you had that level of noise.
Wow, I learned something. The sound of a gunshot is different than the sound of an airplane. Wow. That is profound. I think we should all take a moment, nod our heads, and really think through that. Unbelievable.
It's outside, which it wasn't because it wasn't a laboratory setting. It was actually only about 85 decibels outside the house, which
Wow,
would have been
just wow.
audible if you're outside. You could be a couple miles away
Isn't that?
and hear these
It
gunshots
really is
if you were outside.
TTGO.
So if you
It's,
were a couple miles away and you were outside, not inside a house, you could hear those shots.
You could, yes.
But
You
what
know,
about-
as long as there's not a lot of traffic or you're not cutting the grass, if it was quiet and you're outside, you could hear those gunshots. You just can't hear them in the house.
Can't hear them in the house. Now,
Here's that picture that they...
did you find any data, any reports, anything you looked
That
at?
it's
for SWAT
all optics
that
and
they did,
right there.
any
That's-
of the trajectory calculations that you
See, Alex can get down in that position.
they did
He's got a chew in.
computer simulation, right?
Or scan. They scan the same way I did.
And then when you look at it, we saw it 4 weeks ago, there's a sort of a
Objection deleted. Objection sustained.
Did they do, what if any Faro did they do? Faro computer generated? Did they do one?
All I know is that they did scan the scene in July, just like I did, but I have not yet seen anything from them using their scan.
And did they, again, not again, but I want to make sure I understand this. They got the information, strike that. What if any trajectory computations did they do, SWED, the state, any FBI, anybody hired by these guys over here, do on trajectory? Did you see anything?
No.
So the first time anybody's done any trajectory calculations is you, and as you indicated, we were going through that PowerPoint last night, trying to make sure it was understandable. But sort of, one last question. Was there anything to prevent SWAT, FBI, anybody from doing the same calculations you did? Well, just two last questions. That you did. Anything preventing them? Do they have any? What if any obstacles
Limitation.
were there to SWAT or FBI or one of these private people they hired doing the same thing you did?
None.
And let me get this straight. He kept talking about children.
That's why they did this whole thing.
Young lady, stand up.
To make it look like an
That's a clerk in my
incompetent
office.
prosecution.
She's 5'3".
Forensic crime scene
Objection
analysis.
sustained.
She's not a child. That's all I'm trying to point out. She's 22.
Objection to the commentary.
Objection sustained.
Oh, that's the court, Your Honor. Based on your calculations and based on the assumption,
The answer that this guy gives right here is complete bullshit. And after he said that, the jury should go, forget it.
somebody would be holding a rifle either at their hip or at their shoulder in a way in which you could operate that weapon. What, if any, opinion do you have as to whether that person could be Alec Murdaugh shooting into that quail pen?
It can't be.
Thank you.
Oh, God. Really? It can't be, he said. What do you mean it can't be? What a ridiculous reply that is. It can't be him? Really? Oh, total bullshit.
I know you just answered that question, but it could be anyone on those green lines. Is that right? Your green lines that you drew could be anyone along that green line.
That is correct.
Could be anyone who could fit along that green line. Is that true?
The weapon is on the green line. And then so, as I've tried to explain before,
To say it can't be, that's an actual lie right there. Earlier, he just said, yeah, if you were a little bit back farther. I think, see, that's where you hear something like that, and immediately if I was on a jury, I'd go, no, you just lied to us. I'm not going to believe a damn thing you just said.
the next
He was told to say that.
process is that, okay, for people of different sizes, what do they have to do to put their hands on the weapon to fire it?
Thank you.
While it's sitting on that green line?
So to be clear, is that a yes, anyone on that green line? As long as this gun travels on that green line, it would fit anyone on that green line.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Right.
And if you were down at the kennels,
Yeah.
when a shotgun was shot and a 300 blackout was shot, if you were down at the kennels, would you have heard it?
Yes.
No further questions.
There you go. So that part matters. And see, I think he should have thrown in the part about, see, the jury was left right there going, down at the kennels. Okay. They kind of, maybe they were forgetting. He should have said, so let's say you were down at the kennels around 8:44 to 8:50. Would they have heard the gunshots if they were down there? And then the jury would go, oh yeah, that tape. That's right. He was there. Oh my God. And that would have brought that all back to home, back around, but he didn't do that.
Step down.
I'd like to be on the strategic part of like some of these. That'd be fun, actually. Anyways, that was it, you guys. That was the entire day. I think we got pretty much the gist of the whole thing, condensed down into 3 hours and 30 minutes. Unfortunately, I've been on for another 4 hours and 17 minutes. Again, I even skipped through some stuff. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Doohickey. Objection. Stupidity. I mean, you got to admit, you can't say what he said there. It can't be Alex who made the shot. That is just not true. And you could tell it was sort of done in a dramatic way. We need you, listen, at the very end, we need you to say it cannot be Alex in your professional opinion. Even though you were just proven that it could be anybody else as long as they fit in the trajectory line. All right. Yeah, exactly. So anyways, you guys, I think I'm done for the night. So I want to say thank you to... We'll do another notebook drawing. Only a couple... Nobody bought a notebook tonight. So we have Susie Clue and Sherry on PayPal. And then we've got, let's see. Let me play, I gotta play the clown, some music. All right. So thank you to Zozo, Teresa Murray, Cheyenne R, Christy Kazi, Melissa South, Christy Kazi again, Allie Cake, Jody H, Quietly Frozen. Hey, did you get the photos I tagged you on Twitter on the mugs? Of the mugs I won? That got smushed onto a mug? Onto mug? I don't know what that means. No, I didn't get that. Send him an email or something. I didn't get it. I'm not a big Twitter person. Did you get the photos I tagged you on Twitter of the mugs I won that got smushed onto mug? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Sorry about that. Let's see. Oh yeah, so we had Cheyenne R, Christy Kazi, Melissa South, Christy Kazi, Allie Cake, Jody H, Quietly Frozen, Doohickey, Kathy Shiflett, Skeet, Nikki Zibs, Shanna 360, The Mike D Experience, Taco Queen, Kathy Friedenmaker, Janallison, Renergy with a cat eye, Melinda Moda Maiden, John Dunn and Renergy with another cat eye, Claudia Neubauer, K-Me, Joanne Victoria, Tosh, Jim Long, Linda Howell, as in Linda Moulden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles, Tosh, Quietly Frozen, Melissa South, Brianna, The Mike D Experience, The Mike D Experience again, Lisa Murphy, Sack and Fox Nanny, Scoutin' Dude, Sack and Fox Nanny, Eugenie, Quietly Frozen, the coolest name in YouTube history. Matthew Ludovico, Dream of a Hive, Dobby Smith, Pam Cakes, Brianna 25, K-Me, Dream of Hive, Quietly Frozen, LM, Jessica Schubach, Caligal 3, Nikki Zubs, Mag, Tina Susser, Noreen Gardner, Brianna 25, and Doohickey. Awesome. Yeah, I'll have to go check that out. If you tag me on Twitter, I'll see if I can figure out how to use it. Maybe tag me again or something. Alright, here we go, everybody. Huh? What are you talking about, Joseph? Oh, God. I don't know if that's a true story or not. Yeah, I'm not even covering it until it sounds like an actual story. Yeah, I don't think it's real. Can you email it? Okay, cool. Alright, everybody, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, why not just solve the whole damn thing by doing a DNA test in 10 minutes? You'll be able to get an answer. All right, here we go. Here comes the spin for the notebook. Look at that, and Renergy won that one. Makes sense, doesn't it? Boom, there you go. Renergy wins the notebook. Awesome. Let me play the... There we go. I like that one better. I forget it. Yeah, well, anyways, thanks everybody for being here tonight. I appreciate it. We will see you tomorrow. I guess probably another day of trial for sure. So hopefully it's shorter, though. Somehow I can edit it down. Yeah, I've seen the videos, though. I don't buy it at all. It's not really that interesting. All right, everybody. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. And a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5 and a 6 and a 7. I think she's on. Where is that? Right there. Maybe it'll work tonight. Will it work? I'm not doing the scanning. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person. You're supposed to make the straight eye face and straight mouth. Where's that one?
I'm a certified human lie detector.
I wanted you to make that one.
On a stretcher, if you try and
the straight eyes and the straight mouth.
Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gringo's gonna give another lecture. Crime
collector, whatever the musical word is.
And I'm always gonna be a
that one, I like that face.
Interceptor.
And I mean a little vector
on his specter. With all respect, y'all. Just remember I've a temple fucking checker. I have no agenda. I'm a pretender. And I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send you on a mission to be the real offender.
Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? Talk to you.
Well, thanks, everybody. I really appreciate it.
What do you appreciate? What are you talking about? Anyways, thanks, everybody, all the mods for, wasn't too bad tonight, I don't think. I think there was a few at the beginning. And thanks for all the freaks out there supporting the channel. Make sure to hit that like button and subscribe and hit that notification bell. It doesn't seem to make any difference on my numbers, but yeah, I mean, just for the hell of it. Get into a habit of doing it. Okay, well, we'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there.
Good night, everybody. Yay!
Not bad, not bad.
Thanks, Greg.